Show you this. I gotta turn my camera around. Figure out how to do that too. Oh boy, I do not want this thing up like this. Great. Flip camera, but I want a single panel. This one I wanted to show you. She is sunning today. We sit down here, got to feed on the earth. This big tree is the one that I said was my alien tree. And it is hanging in. But it's October in the Midwest. And I'm sitting outside, barefooted, watching this dog suntan. And she's so beautiful. You're so beautiful. You're so beautiful. So when we say, this is it, this is it, this is life, this is everything. This is life. This is everything. It's like 80 degrees in the Midwest, and I'm sitting out here. I know she kept on me about going outside, and I'm like, fine. And I got her out here because I had already taken her out, and then I fed her. And she wanted to come out right away. And I was like, she just wants to go be in the sun. And I do not blame her. So here we are. Hey, Josh. It's so healing. And I'm wearing shorts today. So I'm like, I'm going to put my legs in the sun and get a little sun on them because I love the sun. I'll be sun gazed. I already came out this morning. I have me coffee. And this says what it says, if y'all can read it. I drink decaffeinated coffee too, by the way, and it does make a difference in your adrenals. So caffeine is a page of the past. I almost wouldn't be leaving my house to go today to the store, but I need to get decaffeinated coffee. I don't need to get it, but I want to get decaffeinated coffee because I ran out and I had a little bit left, but I was putting a little tiny bit of regular. And when I tell you, I did the experiment, and believe it or not, they say it, we could read it, we could hear it on videos, but until you live getting rid of caffeine out of your life and then putting caffeine back in and seeing how it affects the adrenals, it's a major difference. So I'm really working on taking care of my adrenals right now, which means chilling in the sun with this dog, getting ready to go get my decaffeinated coffee, doing my gratitude stuff, which I do in the mornings. My little playlist that's on my bio and my YouTube link is a list of gratitude affirmations that I recommend to anyone and everyone. And I've been doing it now for a couple of months. And she says 21 days and watch your life change. And we know that's the habit cycle. But I assure you that longer than 21 days, it will change your life. And they're a wide variety of things that she says to be grateful for. Hey, I appreciate you. I'm not staying up here. I'm not staying on here but just a minute. I just wanted to show this dog doing her thing and encouraging me to get out here in the sun, because I was just headed on to the store because I'm in that mode. I'm not really a retail type therapy person, but I'm out of jasmine rice and I eat that pretty regularly. I make a pot of beans every week or soup, and I have a thing of bouillon that I use. I'm out of that, so just a couple of things I need to go get. And that, to me, like getting out and going to the store is like a major feat This is what I do all the time, what I'm doing right now. Feet on the earth, dog on the ground. I already laid out here in sun gaze this morning. But when I talk on other things about the things I went through, and it sounds very intense, and I haven't even talked about the things that I really went through, more intense. This is the antidote. This is what it's about. And it until one is satisfied with being a human being in their own flesh and enjoying this, that's whenever it becomes a problem for a human and they want out of their skin. So I just wanted to share this beautiful moment. I love y'all. I love y'all. Hey, thank you. I am just passing through, actually. Just showing this dynamic. I'm considering doing a open panel tonight, and if I do, I'm gonna put an advertisement out in a little while. But I did not book an interview tonight, and I feel like it was the right thing to do because it's been a lot in the last couple of weeks, and I felt like the cycle for me was to just let it ride and perhaps do an open panel tonight. So that's what I'm thinking about doing. Please play the song Nostalgic Summer. All right, I'm going to screenshot that information. So tonight, I'm going to do that when I get on the panel. I just have to find my microphone because I was so distraught after the first kickoff live that I did from the routine of the attempts of annihilating, was the First Amendment? I don't know, free speech, free right to be. I say that's the number one, what do you call it, commandment. Love the Lord your God with your whole heart, your whole mind, your whole soul, your whole strength. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Like, just chill. Just be a human being. And my microphone, which seemed to be a highlight of discussion that night, is somewhere in the house. I put it somewhere. I had lost it for a while when I went to Louisiana. I wasn't sure where it was. But I found it. And I'm going to figure out how to play some music on there. So I just screenshotted this song, and I would probably do that tonight. Anywho, enjoy y'all's day. Okay, enjoy your day. And this is the day. This is the light bright. You can be a cloud form of version right now. I got my Don't Slow Down shirt on. That's the one I wear when I gotta get Jenny Lane. That's the one I gotta wear when I gotta go to Walmart. So I'm getting ready to go to Walmart and get some decaffeinated coffee, and letting this little Jim enjoy her moments. She encouraged me to come out here. I would have already been at the Walmart and back, perhaps, but no bueno. Yes, you liked why you don't tell me you're alive. Why you live? I was just coming here to show this little dog out because she was sitting sideways. I'm probably gonna post that picture. Just soaking up the sun, and I done came out here with the feet on the ground with the leaves, just enjoying it and healing through this gorgeous Midwestern day that's like 80 degrees or something in October. So I'm milking every second of this awesomeness. Yeah. And I was really kind of like upset with her because I'm like, I just took you out, dog. I just fed you. I got to do this. I got to get myself together to do this. And I was like, nope, one level deeper is just come on out here with her. And I'm glad I did. So I'm totally enjoying it. This is my tree. This is what I told y'all about when I said I have. You can't see it here. I'll have to show you at another time. But that's my balcony up there. It's a little redneck looking, but That's where I sit. I feel like a princess on the balcony, and I can see a set of leaf systems, branches through this tree. And whenever the leaves fall off, I'll show y'all. So remember this, how that face looks in the branches that I don't get to see in this part of the season because the leaves are there and it covers it up. But in the winter, when the leaves fall off the trees, you can see the face in it. Hey, German Shepherd, we're on kickoff, man. This is really happening on planet Earth. I can feel that the shift has happened, and this is what it's about right now. And when people get comfortable in their own skin and are able to just sit still and enjoy it and hold down the space. I was thinking about how inside of a person's body, the energetic universal system of sorts, that our physical flesh grounds that energy, and it's a very powerful energy. So to sit with a very powerful energy and know that we have the conscious decision to live by consciously choosing it, by saying to ourselves, I am so grateful for life and I want to live it. There's no cap, there's no end. It's for eternity, it's for forever. And not to think what somebody else might be thinking the way they think about it, and let their thoughts be our thoughts. Do not do that. No bueno. The bueno is to enjoy what's up?
Hey!
I'm on.
Is that Kismet?
I was on a
Oh, we paused. We're paused for a commercial break.
Right. Yeah, I had to pause for to turn that off because I had rose quartz playing in the background.
I love
A sound vibration. Yeah, it's so amazing, and especially for Libra season. But whenever I pushed the button to talk to you on here, I could hear it loud, and then I couldn't hear you, and then I realized my volume was way down.
I can be your rose quartz. I can be your rose quartz.
You are my rose quartz in the flesh.
Oh my god!
I love it.
What a beautiful surprise! I was like, I'll just go on TikTok for a little bit, and there you were.
This
Here
dog,
you
we can
are.
thank Karma Bamarma. Yep, she
I
she
love you,
encouraged me
Karma
with her
Bamarma.
She's like, okay,
They're so
I'm looking for
good.
squirrels.
They're so good
We went
about
to
teaching us to be present. Oh,
that's exactly what she did. I got one more minute. When the clock strikes 12:16, I gotta flip off for a second, but just hold it down for me for like 30 seconds, okay? Is it
I can manage
12:16?
that.
Yeah. It's
It's
12:16 is the
yes.
date that my daughter's born.
Oh,
So when it
really?
clicks 12:16, yeah. So whenever I see the time is what my children are, I flip the button, and then when I flip the button, the children get that I'm thinking of them on the time that says that it's their birthday.
Oh my god.
I know. So I
That's
just kind
so
of like stop. There
precious.
it is. It's 12:16. Let me click
Damn.
over real quick. 2 seconds.
Grateful for all the lives that have been brought upon this earth to help us.
Yes, indeed. So my baby
Damn.
texted me out of the blue this morning, and we had a conversation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, and we went
How'd
back
that
and forth
go?
with it. It's great. I had just got finished with a major pain bubble because right now the energy is that Jupiter is in the sign of Cancer, which is the moon.
Okay.
So I've been listening to the Jupiter and the sun and moon with earth grounding frequency too, because the moon needs expansion, and that's the feminine. So I was just like toiling, a thought come up, I would just keep my focus on what I know is true. And I'll be damned if I didn't swing a turn on my turning the page of it, and boom, she'd send me the ding of the text, kind of like, yeah. And so when it was her, I was like, oh wow. So then I started almost to go into that little nervousness about I don't really know what's happening. And I was like, no, we flipped that switch. We are on the other side of this thing. So I just went with the energy that I just cleared, and
Okay.
it was just we've been talking all morning via text.
So it was like real time texting.
Yeah, like she was in the middle of something, but she'd text me and then
Awesome.
I do my coffee and she asked me, I was able to tell her what I do for my morning routine and just things that were taken from us, like the very simple little things, you
Yeah.
know. What do you do in the mornings now, Mom? I mean, she was 8, you know, we woke up in the same bed together. I know that's crazy, but that's my baby.
How old is she now?
And
Eight.
she's 16.
Yeah. Yeah,
She's
she's
16.
coming into her own. She's coming into her own prefrontal cortex. She's coming into her own human. She's coming into her own beliefs and ideas. And you know what? That's just so beautiful to see because some people, Tina, I feel like some people never quite come into their own. What do I want to be? It's all like driven by somebody else's expectations, thoughts, manipulations, abuse, criticisms, and whatever. But to have a daughter who's like, yeah, you know what? Now I want to get to know my mom. I want to know who she is despite what she's been essentially conditioned to. She's just like you, sister. For real. She's
That's
her
my
own
baby.
being,
I was
but
able to do, yeah, pretty much everything right with her. Like everything. She ate beets on her high chair, you know. But yeah, she said I told her about the crab boil that I like the crab boil. It's funny you said that. And she said, "Oh, I love that, the crab boil." And I said, Your mama's baby girl."
oh my
So
god, I just
yeah.
got the chills. It's almost
Yeah.
like she's able now to start to start to learn about who you are without the story that somebody else has been telling her. How fucking beautiful is that?
It's really
And she's
happening.
open.
And it
It
was,
feels like a miracle. It
yeah,
feels like it truly
it
feels
is a
like a
miracle.
miracle because it's like a
Yep.
cult.
That
We were
child
talking
goes
about
through
this.
hell.
I am so impressed by people who can sort of, I call it diamond minding, when you can be pointed about a certain something, like whatever you feel is the truth, and get out of a conditioning, whether that be abuse or religious abuse or a cult or any kind of influence by somebody who's claiming to love you. If you can get out of that and go, this is not the way I want to live my life. I want to know firsthand. Like it's just astounding to me.
My heart's opening as you're speaking. I'm just bathing in your love right now, TBH.
I'm bathing in your love and in karma's love and in all the love and the love of the sun on the leaves. I feel like this past month has been like new revelations sort of things, and that's my jam. I always want to be learning. I always want to be learning from the people that I love and I trust.
Agreed. I'm so grateful for like the company that has been
Can't
there.
do
One
this.
of the affirmations in the gratitude affirmations that's on my playlist in my bio on YouTube. I created it. Y'all should go check it out. Take it out. Use it for the morning. It'll change your life. It changed mine. I've been doing it for now a few months, and look at this, miracles showing up. Uh, is that one of them says, "I am surrounded." Essentially, I should know it by now. I've been doing it for 3 months before. People who love me, people who have the
Yeah.
best for me, people, and
Yeah.
whenever they show up in my energy, Candace, I love you. When they show up in my energy and they have that little screech screech, like that, like 2 weeks ago on my first kickoff live. Oh
Mhm.
my gosh, when that happened, it was like, okay, there was a whole pivot in the whole entire universe that just happened. It's a mirrored number right now, 1221.
And
And
this is
I
how we pivot.
this is how we pivot, and that's exactly what happened. And so then I was able to take all of that learning from to up until that point, from my little inner child coming up to the point of saying, okay, I'm healed, I'm better, I can now decide who I want, because my beautiful open heart wants to include everybody.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
people are not there, and I know that they're good, but they're just not there and they're healing,
Yeah.
they're gonna have to entertain that with she always be trying to act like she's taking care of me. I can take care of myself. Get over here. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, what the fuck is like wrong with somebody like looking out for us? You know,
Yeah,
that's
nothing.
the
Look
thing
at her.
that I've
Look
had
at her.
to
She's trying to
like.
take care of me right now.
She's
Come
like,
here.
if
She
you
thinks
need to
that.
go to Walmart, Mama.
Come and get over here.
No,
Yes. So,
no.
so the people that come into my life now, even on this app, especially because this is kind of where the playground is.
Yeah.
Um, I have learned that just by getting away and being put in time out, so to speak, that's kind of what has to happen. And when I open my
Mm-hmm.
heart and my heart is out there, and the simple little things like hearing my vibrational frequency sounds, the sound of the lady talking about God is love scripture, just
The tree in your
listening to people.
backyard, your dog
Yeah,
sitting down and being like, you don't
yeah,
need to rush off to Walmart right
yeah.
now. This is your time.
This is
Yeah,
what's happening. And
you have to be open to the wait. You have to be open
I
to the
am.
pause. Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Yep.
You are.
And that's the pivot. So that's what happened 2 weeks ago. And so tonight there's no Saturday Night Live as far as having a guest with the highlight. But I'm still not sure about opening a panel, which I still might because I think it'll be fun. Are you going live tonight? Today?
I have no
This
fucking
evening?
clue. It's really
All
just
right. Well,
like
me.
how I'm
Yeah.
feeling.
Yeah. Well, I might do it if
That's
I'm
it.
still feeling this froggy tonight. But yeah, so when that pivot happened, I realized that I am healed to such a degree that it doesn't, because all of the people, like my uncle, they prominent in the community, all kind of prominent people abused me.
Uh,
And I'm like, no,
that that
I don't
seems to
care
be
who
the
it is.
way. Like
I don't care who
that
it is.
seems to be like a common theme. Not that you're not unique, but it seems like the most prominent people with the most influence and the most power and the most, this is who I am. Like they're literally going out there telling everybody who they are the ones that are have a lot of stuff hidden in the backyard
Boom,
because
shakalaka.
people, at least me, I can only speak from my experience, but like who I am, how I interact with others, how I hold my word and my actions so that people can trust me is vital to all of my relationships. So I don't have to paint a story around who I am. You get to see it. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. If you think I'm fake, you think I'm fake. I don't need other people to define my worthiness.
Yeah. When
I
that
just don't.
the last bout of I needed somebody's external validation, and I said it out loud because I knew that that's what I was dealing with, because I was at the point where I was dealing with my mommy issues. Okay.
Yeah.
So all that digging, and I was walking into this. I had a way out of where I was, and I was taking it, and the universe was telling me, this is it. You about to fucking decide if you alive or not. It was
Uh-huh.
bad. And I said, I'm jumping because I want out of where I am. And this is the
Uh-huh.
out that I see. And I knew that it was something to do with some of the deepest healing that I would do, which was my mommy issues. Because I had just gotten my daddy issues, went through that part. Now I knew that once I get my
Mm-hmm.
mommy issues under wraps, it's going to be good. And the outward wordage was, I, I am going to, this is going to validate me or not in my
Mm-hmm.
hometown community, if I can stand up to this thing or not thing of existence of being validated externally. Now, in hindsight, I had to put all that together to be able to articulate it like this. But those words came up. And then once that was undone, because I was seeking the validation of my mother that I never got.
Yeah.
And so that was like, okay, you sought it from an emotional psyche and standpoint within your physiological self, and you set it outwardly. It was wrapped in another human being's skin, but it was the
Yeah.
same energy that I was attempting to validate externally. And once that, and now that was before TikTok, so I'm way past that shit. So
Mm-hmm.
once that happened, I had to get, fuck that. I got to get completely alone. And that's what I
Yeah.
did before I met TikTok. I got completely alone for years.
Me too. Me too.
and decided who was voices whose inside of myself and who's going to validate me.
Yes.
And it was me. So I'm like, here I
Yeah.
am. Just what you just
I
said.
think I feel like it's more like you learn to validate the parts of your experience or your identity, which is constantly changing moment to moment. And you go, okay, this is who I want to be. This is who I do not want to be. But then, like, before, I would go out and find the reassurance from anybody, especially from romantic partners who claimed to love me. And when I didn't get that, I felt like I was worthless. But then I started to realize that, like, I need this validation in myself first. And I personally, this may go against what many people say, but I think that we are a communal species that needs one another to exist, survive, and thrive. So I personally don't think that there's anything wrong with affirmations from other people about walking your own path that's healthy and safe and loving to yourself. But my problem, my issue was that I was seeking validation from people who were more um, wanting to manipulate the energy from my needing validation for them to feel better about themselves. So I had to learn who like I had to find the affirmations within myself and believe them through and through. And then if I was getting it from somebody else, the validation, it was just a confirmation, not the hole that I needed to fill.
That was so beautifully said and so accurate.
I hope so. I
Powerful.
don't know what I'm
And I
saying.
loved it. And I enjoy
It's
it.
like I don't think that there's anything wrong with seeking affirmation or validation or confirmation from people who have our best interests and want the best for our hearts and our lives. But it's very challenging to find out um, who's who's who, really, because especially if we grew up in a place where, people were on the narcissism spectrum or whatever, like it was a supply that we gave them. So then we went out and we were like, okay, the only way I'm worthy is if I'm a supply for somebody else. And when I
Mm.
learned that, I've always loved being alone, but I have thoughts and feelings and ideas that I would love somebody else to go, "Oh yeah, like I feel that too." But not for them to say, "Oh yeah, I feel that too," for them, and they don't really feel it. They're just using it as a way to control, possess, or manipulate me. That was the part that I didn't understand. Like, there's nothing wrong with validation. It's you got to figure out who you're getting the affirmation, validation, and confirmation from, and why they're doing that. And if you feel drained and you feel like you have to prove yourself to somebody in order to feel worthy of love, then it's not the person you should be getting confirmation from. They will use that to keep you trapped in a tower of your own making.
Mm.
Hi,
It just
Kimberly.
reminds me of what really switched over for me is Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2. I just be
I
thinking
haven't
of
seen it
Lucy.
in so long.
Oh my gosh, up on that table with the smack, 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 and a patow. That's how it feels, walking through how I felt
I'll
my
have
whole
to
life.
watch
I'm
it
like,
again.
at this point, I'm getting ready to watch it again too. At this point, I'm a professional. Wake, pray, slay in the spirit world. And you know what really
You and
is the
your wake,
saddest
pray,
part?
slay.
Yeah, is that inside of myself when I am, because this is what's being bubbled back up in me, is my simple, pure heart that just was unassuming and trusted
Yeah.
everybody And
Yeah, I
then this is
still
the
do.
other side of that shit. Yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying. But
I
it
still
now it
do
comes.
because Tina, I refuse to allow other fucked up people to change my ability to trust.
That
That's
part.
it. That is really why I continue to trust the way that because so many people are willing to accept love with no sense of trust. And to
That's
me
why you're big
they're
on
one and the
trust.
same. They're
Yeah,
one and the
yeah.
same. So if you can't trust me, how are you ever going to be safe to love me? And that the only way I can find out if somebody is trustworthy is if I offer them my trust. That like they are synonymous to me, trust and love. And I know it's very difficult for people to trust. I know it's for me love is real easy and trusting is also easy because I sort of had to with both of my parents, I sort of had to prove that I was trustworthy. And it was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking that I never gave them a reason to not trust me, but because of how they were conditioned and how they grew up and how they needed to protect themselves and their egos and their securities and all this stuff that even their own daughter could potentially be like they could be afeared of, but I never gave them a reason to. And that was the hardest lesson for me that I was out there like trying to prove my trust to my mom, my dad, to all of my exes. And then I'm like, fuck this. Like
I know who I
you're
am.
making me
I know I'm
you're making
trustworthy.
me jump through. Yeah, exactly. You're making me jump through hoops. This is just some power play. That
Mm.
like that's essentially what it was. It was a power play for me to do what they wanted me to do for me to feel like I'm a trustworthy person. Wow. Like
I have another
wow.
take on that too, and another way.
Please.
Well, it wasn't until the outer circumstances that did all of what happened with my children that because my daughter would tell me that she's like, "You think everybody's against you?"
Uh-huh.
And I learned a lot about not trusting her through her coaching me through it, basically, because she was right. It wasn't that I didn't trust. Okay, this is so deep. It wasn't that I didn't trust who she is as a human being on planet Earth. It was that it didn't matter who was on planet Earth. I was hurt by them. And so I had an expectation of, which was the question I was going to ask you before this. What does love look like to you? So pin that, okay? Is that I had so this is part of what love looks like to me is that I could trust her enough that I knew that she genuinely loved me from other things because she's still showing up for me. She's still just in my life showing up, you know? And,
Mhm.
but that I wouldn't say that she left, I'm just being ridiculous with this explanation. Like she left a
No, I
spoon,
love it. I love it.
she left a
Keep going.
spoon on the counter just because she knows I don't want a spoon left on the counter, you know? Instead of thinking she did that on purpose just because she's just mixing her shit and leaving a spoon on the counter. You know, I
Well,
would say,
sometimes people leave the spoon on the counter thoughtlessly and mindlessly, and some people leave the spoon on the counter harmfully and for a purpose. But we're the only ones who can find that out. And the only
well,
way
that
we
was the
can find that
difference.
out is being straightforward with the people that we love. Like just
Well, that's
asking
what
them
I
straight out.
did. I said,
Yep.
I feel like because you have subconscious things to me about the me not being there for you the way that you thought I should be there, that
Yeah.
it's really simple just to drop the spoon a foot and a half away in the sink than it is to leave it
Right?
on the counter. This is so an example. And so then she had to take that into the fold and understand that that's part of why I feel like I can't trust you because I know that subconsciously there are things that happen that you're bringing to the table. But at the same time, if I wasn't magnified in my own pain, if I wasn't
Mm-hmm.
magnified in my own lens of distrust because of everybody around me, and I knew how to love
Perfect
and
way to put
receive
it.
love, I
I'm
wouldn't give a
validating you.
shit about the spoon on the counter.
Magnifying my pain. For me, these little, like, because I'm very much love in action. I'm very much, I call it Leah, Lia, love in action. Because you can tell me 3 ways till Sunday that you love me. But if you're yelling at me one day, or you're leaving the pineapple can on the counter or whatever, after I'm like, the recycling bin is like 3 inches away, I start to wonder, like,
Same.
if you actually fucking care that this bothers me, or if you're just like, my needs are more important. What I read something the other day, Tina. It was something along the lines of, when people aren't doing the things that you have expressed upset you, like leaving a spoon on the counter, like leaving a pineapple can or whatever, it's almost like they're saying to us, my time is more valuable than your time.
And I'll have a twist on that. It's almost like I'm going to get time from you because you neglected me and I didn't get the time that I needed. I'm not getting what I need from you and I don't know how to say it. So I'm going to do something like this. And that way I'm going to get some time from you.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's not just the action of putting it away, but it's because even the action of putting it away is saying, you know what, like, you can do it, so I'm going to eat your time up there. But it's also going, I can plant something here that, even though you've expressed to me and communicated it clearly to me in a healthy, kind way, I'm going to keep doing it because I know that it bothers you, and then I have the attention. So
And right.
it's like, I always hearken it back to the students in my classroom. Like, whether Johnny was flipping his boogies, or saying swears, or acting like super kind and kissing up and being the teacher's pet, they both get the same amount of attention.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the difference of, and this is something else I just opened up last night, and Kimberly's got something, I'll read it in just a second. Is that
Kimberly's awesome. Come
I
up,
love her.
Kimberly.
Hey, she's gonna be Saturday Night Live November 1st. She's
Oh,
booked for
sweet.
November 1st. Yes, I'm looking so
Something
forward
to
to it.
look forward to. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. But yeah, it's loving the darkness more than the light. And I said this with my baby when I went through the real thick of it. I said I hated him more than I loved her. That's how it felt. And
Oh,
and the
shit.
yes,
Oh,
and the
say that
Bible.
again. Say that again,
I
please.
hated him. I wanted away from him more than I loved her to keep her with me because I had to deal with him.
So where did your energy go? Where did more of your
Um,
energy go in that?
my energy went into healing myself because he had already taken my first relationship with my baby daughter by the Trump. What he, I don't even know
Yep.
if I told you all what he did with her about the nursing and the taking my Zoloft from me and hiding it and all kind of stuff. More, so much that it's unreal what he did to me.
Yeah.
And I had
It wouldn't
postpartum
surprise
depression.
me.
Oh, I
But
had
what do you
postpartum
think takes
depression.
more energy, hate or love?
I think that it takes more energy to find the neutral in between the two because to me the neutral is where it's at because when I'm neutral I can receive love. I can be open to seeing that somebody's giving me love and receive it. But
That's
when I'm
compassion.
busy, when I'm busy on the hate side, I'm too busy trying to heal, which is what's kept me from my life. Too busy
Mm-hmm.
healing from my childhood that I'm not open to receiving anything new because I'm trying to unpack the fuck shit that happened since I was born on the
Yeah,
planet.
and you're trying to process your bitterness, and you're trying to process your anger, and you're trying to, like, if you're like truly like sitting there and transmuting the shit that's happened to you, like hate takes a lot of fucking energy. It takes a lot of fucking energy. And I'm not saying that people should just be like, I don't hate anybody, and I'm just a loving, and meanwhile, like, in the back of your mind it's like eating you up and keeping you awake and all this shit. That's like bullshit performance,
Well,
like
that's a heart.
performance
That's the
stuff.
heart. Okay, so that what you just said, that's the bitter roots that take place in the heart. And that's when the root
Hmm.
chakra is pinched off and it's tight and it's those centers, they say it in the form of root chakra, sacral, all that for explaining it
Yep.
purposes. But that when you live
Hmm.
that shit and you unpack that shit and you have to dissolve that bitter root somehow, there's so many thought processes which makes us God with the small g to be able to
Yeah.
create this newness in us. So we have to have all of this knowledge. My people perish for lack of knowledge, but then we get all of this knowledge and then we let it be in our head space and still not our heart space, which is the
Yeah.
zero point 0.1 hertz frequency.
Yeah.
So
Because
once the
I feel like
is
that
thought,
hate,
then
that
that
hate
feeling is going to be
frequency,
what makes you become balanced in love.
like what does the hate frequency do, like let's just call it a hate frequency for lack of a better term. Like the
Fear.
hate frequency has fear behind it,
Yeah.
but it also a lot of times has like vengeance and 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 like even justice behind it, or wanting somebody else to feel the same hurt that you felt from this person, violence. Hate has all of these
That's a lot
things
to
that
unpack.
take up so much space because it almost like it almost just like feeds on itself, because you can't, if you hate somebody, you really can't let go. It There's no process of letting go. There's
It
no
fears
process of
underneath it.
forgiveness.
When you hate somebody so much, fear, it's the fear that and regret of letting them have so much control, but not really having any control over them having that control because you
Yep.
simply opened your heart to them. And to then attached to that is the thought process of how can they be so evil, and then the
Yep.
thought process is that, oh my gosh, I'm judging them for being evil, shouldn't I give them more grace than that? What does that
Uh-huh.
make me?
Uh-huh.
Then it goes into, oh, what kind of a person am I to not give them enough grace? Well, don't I deserve grace? So I'm going to get grace. Oh wait, now I'm selfish for saying that. And it's a thing, but really it's fear of opening my heart to anyone and allowing any of that, because if my own parents can do that to me, anybody
Yeah.
can do that to me. So fear is the
That's
root
the
of it.
scary. That's the scary. Like I think that's the scary part, that many of us, the seed that was given to many of us, it's if my parents can hate me and wish I was never here. And for me, I've actually like read books on the study of hate by like PhD people and all this stuff. Like essentially hate is a hop, skip, and a jump away from I don't want you on this planet. I don't want you to exist anymore. It's very different from contempt, dislike, distaste, disgust. Hate has this version of you are not worthy of existing.
And
And
that leads to unalivement.
yep,
What that is doing in the
yep.
energetic center of the flesh of the heart is pinching off an
Hi,
energy
King.
that needs to flow through the depths of the center point of the heart, which induces
Yeah.
life. And that connection is the zero point 0.1 hertz frequency. That
Because
center part, which I call the
once
Ark of
that
the Covenant, connects to the brain, which you're calling the frontal lobe. Those two things, when they function together, gives a person the choice. They're not floating in a river of trauma. They are then able
mm-hmm.
to pick up their self enough to make a conscious choice. And the breathing is the connection between the thought process and the conscious mind and the subconscious mind, which is the heart and the mind.
But you said a very good point there. Hate is almost like the pinching off. And that's a beautiful analogy, because what it does is it pinches off that wellspring that everybody is deserving of love, compassion, and kindness. Once somebody else pinches that off for you, whether it's the person that is the direction of hate or a society telling you to hate a group of people, then once that pinch happens, whatever hate is bubbling up inside of you, where you can't offer somebody compassion and see them as a human being, just essentially starts to recycle inside of you. So
Well,
you're essentially just recycling the idea that someone else outside of you is not worthy of living. So you're essentially recycling this belief system, this groove, this physicality even that can manifest in your body, that someone else is not worthy of life, and then it starts to internalize to you. So you start
Technically,
feeling like you're not worthy of life and love and compassion and kindness.
the technicality on that is that the out when people say that nothing on the outside can make you feel that way, that's the truth.
Mm.
When getting serious about healing as adults now, when we look under it, which we have to give ourselves grace and compassion for, because when somebody else does something on the outside of me and I take it personally and then blame them for it, technically I allowed that seed to sprout inside of myself,
Hmm.
even if I was a child. So,
It's an awareness. It's just an awareness.
well, let me finish, please.
Yeah.
So, in that part of that seed sprouting inside of a person, that the what becomes the enemy to the person is that they are angry with themselves for allowing that to go against their moral code of sorts, to accept that for themselves when they know it's somebody else's stuff. And it's not able to be spoken as a small child. It's just felt until it's unpacked as an
Yeah.
adult and then able to be articulated. But what's underneath it all is resentment to ourselves and the deep desire for ourselves not to exist because we allowed somebody else's ignorance to resonate inside of us as truth until we could figure out. And then we have to have
Hmm.
compassion for ourselves in order to undo that. And that's where we are on planet Earth right now.
And that shit can last into like until unalivement, until the end of your mortal coil. Some people will carry that forever, you know, or into the next lifetime even. And I just don't think that it's necessary. I don't like I don't think it's I don't want to say what's wrong and what's right, because when somebody, I was just thinking about this today, Tina, like when somebody says, you know, somebody is not capable of making me feel a certain way, um to a certain degree, because everything that's I personally believe that everything's interconnected, everything's interbeing. But I just have to have an awareness of whose influence is affecting my life and how they're affecting my life. And who I like, it just like the food I consume. You know, I know that some food is not good for me and some food is good for me and some people are not good for me, and but it doesn't necessarily mean I have to receive it. But I'm aware that everyone that I interact with has a potential to influence my life. And I'm not going to deny that. Um,
That's fact. It's just if we let it resonate and let the seed sprout and grow for ourselves.
because I think a lot of times people will allow people into their lives, um, because they're shown a certain, uh, how do I put this? They're shown a certain version of this person who's like I'm an expert at this, or I can coach you at this, or I've learned this for so long, and it's almost like it's almost like it's a test to see if you're open to not just what they're an expert at, but also every other belief system that they have about you after that.
Oh, yeah. They think it's field day.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah,
field day.
it's sick. It's really sick. And all the way I see it is like vines, okay? Like it's like
Yeah.
or pit of snakes. Like inside of the person has all of these like that's what I consider parasites. All of these branches and vines inside of the self that stem from the heart. And they have a choice to continue to just seek down one little thread of their existence and put that out there as shit and have everybody, oh, what's your feedback on that? Meanwhile, the pit of vipers are inside of them, like swirling around. And then once they find somebody to vipe on in that one little thread, then they're like, oh, here's another one of my little viper things. Let me put that out there. But as a whole, I feel like I'm really good because as a whole, I'm showing up because I'm aware that I have these things separate. and their heart is the one that's emanating the shit from it, the venom, and it's coming out
Yeah.
of there. Yeah, it's coming. It's like there's two things about it: the Jezebel spirit and the wolves in sheep's clothing. That's what's happening, because people want to think that they're in their now moment doing what they're doing so great and good, but only if they're voicing it out and the vibration of their voice is sounding out of their mouths and they can hear themselves say something good. But as soon as they click into their own little world, they're in fucking hell within themselves. So they got to go
Yeah.
find somebody else to spew it out and see what they get back. Bo, wait, you got something better, you got something more, you got some potential, you got some. Let me pull my other little vipers up and snap at you with that one, because you can't get ahead of me. I got to stay where I'm
Yeah.
at, because if I try to heal all the way, I got to feel that shit that I'm venoming out to others. And that's the trap right now that we're undoing.
I'm not sure if it's like an all or nothing thing. I think that some
Sometimes it is.
people, yeah, like some people like reach out with their vines and they're like, "Look, I'm growing." But they don't like realize that their vines are like invasive to the native territory because they're so focused on the presence of being a teacher and the presence of being an expert and needing that supply of either in money form or in just pure attention and adoration that they don't quite realize that their vines are invasive, and in that sense it's more a matter of you recognizing what's not good for your garden. But a lot of people are just like, hey, something's growing in the garden. Woohoo! Who cares if it's not weed? Something green is growing and somebody's giving me some kind of attention, even if I have to pay them for it. Or even if they're abusive sometimes, like they're still good there. Like they're still inherently good, but sometimes we just have to recognize that this vine is creeping around our trunk and will eventually suffocate us. I was thinking today, like of course we seem to acknowledge the fact, and some of us are still in relationships where, let's say, we're being strangled physically. Like, let's say there's a heated argument and somebody is strangling us physically and cutting off our air, and we're like, I know this is not good. I know that this person could potentially unalive me and whatever. And we still go back to that. But there is a sort of, whether it's romantic relationships, friendships, or workplace relationships, there are some people that are so insidious that it's sort of a slow strangulation of self, that we don't quite realize that it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter until we can't breathe anymore.
They call that the spirit of Python.
Yeah. Who I don't know who calls it that, but that's
Oh,
a
it's
great way to put
prevalent.
it.
Whenever the pivot
Hey,
was happening,
Cassie.
like remember when all those churches, hey Cassie, when all those churches were like the thing, and people were like, oh, like all of them. I'm trying to think of
The
something.
churches.
Like,
Yeah.
TD Jakes and you know what I mean? That span of time where all the preachers started popping up and they was charismatic and all of that.
They had bands playing music.
Yes,
Yes.
all of that. Okay, so during that time, a lot of the people that were intermixed with that, like the wheat's growing with the chaff type thing, people started to become pure in heart then. So the God, the creator takes what the enemy meant for evil and turns it for good. So no matter what, good can be made out of it. So one of the things that happened there was people went internal and started to call out, name the forms of energetic systems that are harming people, like the Jezebel spirit or the spirit of Python. And that's whenever they put it as an archetype, which is basically what it is, just an archetype of what you just said, when it chokes out
The
the root. I
story.
love how you said that. Yeah. So that's the center, that's the heart space, when the heart starts to get choked out, and that's the breath between the mind and the heart, the conscious mind and the subconscious mind is breathing. And when somebody doesn't want to breathe anymore, that's the throat chakra shut down. That's trying to take their voice from them. and they
Mm-hmm.
can't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
They can try, but it doesn't feel like anybody's there to help them, and nobody they by themselves. Because when you talked about us being not alone, like we need other people, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
That's when we try to get help, but there's no help, and a lot of
Or
children
it's the
suffer.
wrong help. Or
Or
it's
it's
the wrong help.
are they capitalize on that shit in one way or
Or it's the
another? For sure.
transactional help. It's just I
A
think
tit for tat.
I think a lot of it has to I think a lot of it comes back to like how we're feeling like viscerally in our bodies. You know, I've heard so many people, I've discussed and sat with so many people who were in the midst of abusive relationships, like really stuck in the middle of it, and they'll say things like, "I feel sick," like I feel like I'm gonna puke, like I feel I and what I usually say is, feel it, sit with this right now, remember this, because you were saying far back earlier how the body is very grounding, that like I think a lot of times we discount this mattered body, we because we're so spiritual, and because of so many of us have come to this planet to enlighten, to inspirit, to say there's more than just this matter, that the matter almost gets discarded. It becomes a spacesuit or a meat suit or whatever. But this grounded part of ourselves, as uncomfortable as it may be, this grounded part of ourselves is really our anchor. We don't need to find another anchor. We need to start listening to this one. And if this one is going, "Oh my god, I feel sick." Like how like how much cognitive dissonance and denial and conditioning have we been put through to deny when our humans are going, "I feel physically sick," and then just tossing that away. Pay attention to that.
That's the best thing that, and from all of what y'all hear me say I went through, that is one of the number one top of the list things that must be done is sit with that shit and feel it.
It's
Breathe in,
hard.
breathe out, drink your
Throw up.
water, let it come, let it be, let it go. Yes. That's why the frequencies help so much, because it'll cause the rest of your system that those frequencies touch on, like the heart frequency or the crown chakra frequency. It'll have those in a zen state that are already zinging good, that want to help the ones that need help,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
then it keeps them strong while the other one is clearing and coming through. But sitting with it while it's happening and breathing through it and keeping the thought focused, because if that's happening and one say, "Oh, I think I'm gonna die, I'm scared, that's what you're getting.
Uh-huh.
Your conscious mind has to say, "I just use God is love, God is love, love never fails." That's what I use. But I mean, there are things that are true, that to dwell on, like I love life, for example. I'm so excited that I'm feeling through this and living through this and I'm breathing through this and I'm
Yep.
just gonna get some water. Those thoughts. But if we're feeling like we're sick on the inside and we're attempting to feel through it and we're going, "Oh, I think this is gonna kill me. I think I ain't gonna make it. Oh no." Then you're tightening up other forms of the place inside, and that is all stemming from fear. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
baby girl, my Trinity's here, Jenny Lane.
I
My
don't know
23-year
Trinity.
old.
Oh,
Yeah, you
wait, your
do.
daughter?
Yeah, the 23-year-old, not the baby one.
Oh,
The one that's got
Trinity.
the
I love
dog.
that name. Oh my God. I wish I had a daughter named Trinity. Oh,
I
good
love that
Lord.
name. I knew I was
I
gonna have a
love that
child with
name
you,
too.
girl. Yeah, me too. Trinity
Oh,
Grace, my baby.
wow. What a
So
name.
yeah,
What a
and look,
name
she's
you
on
have.
the scene, my baby. So
You
yeah,
know, it's just like at the very least of knowing you as a human being, like and knowing that you're a mom, like I would love to have a mom that basically, like, for lack of a better term, sort of detectified herself, and took a step back from who she was, and recognized uh, how her actions were affecting everybody that was choosing to love her. I mean, I think that's like really not something that people in this day and age really want to face. They don't want to face the sickness or the uncomfortability of like even what they have done in the past. And because they're not facing that, those things will just like keep sprouting. You know, like you can cut them from the roots, like you can cut them from like the bottom of like the soil root line, but it's still going to be growing there. At some point in time you have to face the fact that like our bodies don't lie to us. Like our minds can lie to us. They can be a voice from the past or even from an imagined future. But when your body is feeling viscerally sick about somebody else's actions, or you're feeling viscerally anxious how someone else is making you feel and you deny that, you have to face the reality that you're not facing that reality.
Yeah. And that's what happened. It all had to come to a head in the middle. And I was raising my kids like on a fast track. Like I knew that I had to get as much into them for them to be on inside of themselves to be able to stand on their own when this shit
Yep.
popped off for me to have to heal.
Yep.
And when it came at me so fast, so many other things, I couldn't process what I had from my childhood, raise my children, and process the new stuff all at once. I
Oh
had
my
to
god.
trust the universe and what I instilled in them to stand firm in themselves and survive it. And let me tell you, they are rock stars. Rock stars. They
Well,
still
you
got
are
their
rock
shit that they're
stars,
working through.
so
Thank
it doesn't
you. So
surprise
yeah.
me. But like, how did you, like, was there a point in time in your life where you felt like you didn't trust in yourself?
Oh yeah. Whenever I made the decision, when I had to jump, when I had to, whenever he offered, this was the kicker for me. Okay, one of the biggest ones. There was several things. All right, I'll start with these things in a row. Okay, so my first son. Um, I think I might have to do a puzzle or something. Yeah, hang on a second.
Okay, I'm hanging,
All right, there we go.
hanging
My
10.
first, my first son. Okay, there's a backstory behind that. We'll say this for an interview when you and I get to talk at night. But anyway,
Okay.
I came back from Arkansas where I went to go meet with his father. I had a car that my grandpa got, another whole story, and he stole it for stuff up there. Well, my mom and him came and got me down, but I had to live with my mom and him, and it was not good there. It was bad my whole life.
Uh-huh.
So somebody offered me a job an hour and 20 minutes away, but I couldn't bring my son. I had to leave my son with my mom.
Okay.
That
Oof.
was one of the things. I had to make a decision in that moment. Okay. During that time, I was homeless over there trying to work to get together to get my son. In the meantime, my son was being abused by my
Yeah.
mother and my stepfather. So that was one of the things. Okay.
A
So I
rock in a
finally got
hard
my shit.
place.
And when I was getting my shit together from that, yeah, I was, of course, living through my trauma, feeling some kind of connection to humanity, and dudes was all over me. Okay. I
Yeah.
got pregnant again. So
Yeah.
during that dynamic, I was already homeless with a child. I gave that baby up for adoption. So that's the second time that my own who I am would never have made those decisions came into play. So I'm building this level of not trusting myself, but I'm having to survive here.
Mm-hmm.
Next dynamic, I dive into a religious thing and get for a while. No, I'm sorry, that's not when that part came in. The next part is when I was coming out of that part and surviving the other side of the adoption, because then I'm completely broken. I am once again living through my trauma. I meet this really good guy that I think is going to be great. And it turns out I'm not good on the inside of myself. I'm not good for anybody at that moment in time. I get pregnant
Mm-hmm.
again. At
Mm-hmm.
that moment in time, I had just given a baby up for adoption. I think, okay, I'm going to have an abortion with this one because I can't tell the
Mm-hmm.
other one I just did this. And then I'm not the
Mm-hmm.
abortion type, but here I am. So I'm sitting in the abortion clinic, and the lady across from me, she says, I can see that this is not what you want to do. And I said, I
Shit.
broke down. I said, I bought a diaper bag. And she said, well, I'm pro-choice, not pro-abortion. She said, I'm going to call the preacher that pickets my place, and I'm going to see what he's made of. And so she called the preacher, and he came and picked me and my son up and took us there to his house. And that at that point was a pivot. I was able to come back. So for like 6 years, I was in the church doing as good as I thought I was doing, but dudes was still flocking me, and I was still in that mode of thought process, still grieving
Yeah.
my son, still having these two little children, and blah blah blah, girls jealous of me and causing shit, stealing from the stuff.
Yeah.
So at this point, I fell off the deep end with my trauma and fell into the arms of a fugazi, and at that point, I got kicked out of my church. I got what they call disfellowshipped. So these were all things that I'm living through my trauma from, which I was able to pinpoint. I mean, I know that I was seeking love through physical intimacy with
Yeah.
somebody, but it was only through the clitoris and the
Yeah.
orgasmic part that was giving me the high of the sensation that this might be love, because the reality was I was still broken, and the distortion of what they were coming to the table with in their brokenness, because that's what I was attracting,
Yeah.
it wasn't a good fit. And so it was and so then this okay, so I'm going to just fast forward through much to the point that I really got the realization that I didn't trust myself, but I trusted the creator. Okay, so that was the difference. When I was still following the traumatic trail of my physiological body, as you said, the body's going to tell you, my survival was that part of that sensation that caused me to keep going, because I had something that felt good to me in my life. But in my other parts of me, I felt terrible. Anytime I was involved in it sexually, I felt terrible. And so I had to bring those two together. Well, this person that I have this child with, that's done this with my children and my baby, he took every part of what happened to me as a child and used it against me. For example, I had an old man for a
Yeah.
boyfriend. I deserved to be molested, and I'm rotten to my core.
Yeah.
So here I am thinking I'm getting somebody that in appearances has it all together, but underneath that, he had his own little viper pit underneath it from
Mm-hmm.
lots of sickness that I uncovered. And one of them was that he had an abortion, and I didn't abort all of my
Yeah.
children.
Yeah.
So when I couldn't fight him anymore in the outward part, because he was chipping away at me, just chipping away at me, he wanted me to fail with raising my
Yeah.
children because of what he did in his dynamic, and I didn't do it in mine. I had to make the decision after he made the decision in my baby. He took my baby, and she, was in that dynamic of the victim of him pumping her up to want to go live with dad and Miss Lynette, to
Yep.
see how
Yep.
that would go. And unaware of what he was really doing, was trying to get at me. It was a triangulation between me and the new woman,
Yes.
and that. Well, then when at that point in time, I could either keep calling and try to get in touch when I was raising my baby, and he kept chipping away at me till I broke finally with. There was a baby I gave CPR to that didn't make it. She had been gone for 25 minutes. My horses got struck by lightning. My friend,
What?
it was a lot at that point, and that just I couldn't hold it all
Damn.
together. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And so when that happened, and she went to go when he picked her up, and the society, the system allowed that to happen, knowing that I told him what kind of person he was. He already had 2 felonies from what he did to me against him.
Yeah.
One for sure he was convicted of, and one was the other. Let me just take that back. One felony for sure, and I think the other one was too, but it could have been a misdemeanor. But anyway, of
Who
what he
the
did to
fuck
me,
cares? It was
they
harm.
they allowed it to her to be there, and then the twisting start, because here's the kicker, the drum roll to the question, all of that to get to this. When I did not trust myself, the point that I did not trust myself, because with my baby daughter, one step back, I need to point this out. He told me not to nurse my baby, because if I nursed her, it would be like her biological father sucking my titties. And oh yeah, oh yeah, I'm talking
Mm.
twisted, do that shit, and more. There's more, but that's just a highlight to that version. So
I know there's more.
when I go in and tell
Blah.
you the rest of it, and I was having postpartum depression, and he took my antidepressants from me. Okay, that was one of the things, because when I obliged him in not nursing her, I should have kept my baby close to me. That was the one. That was what broke me. That's what broke me. Okay. But fast forwarding, because I had this baby to raise now, I was just going to bottle feed her. and deal with the rest of it. I still had these other children to take care of, and he had me in a position where I financially was dependent on him, even though he was barely giving me any money. Almost lost
Yeah,
my
yeah,
house.
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So, but I had these other children that depended on that. So if I nursed her, then he would definitely punish me with money. So I had to make a decision: my daughter nursing her, or my other children, all including her, that would get fed with the bottle. It was sick. Okay, so
Financial abuse.
oh
Financial
yeah, for
abuse.
sure,
Let's call it what it is, because
for
a
sure,
lot of
for sure,
women do
for
not
sure.
know about this sort of abuse. I didn't.
For sure. And so that added to me having to come back on my own, get back on my feet financially, and get to a point. Well, when that happened and I was able to get him out of my life, I started going to college. And once I started creating a life that was going to be like she
Oh
really did
no.
overcome, oh, he tightened down. That's when he got his felonies and shit after that. So once that part happened, whenever he took her and wanted me to chase
Mm.
him down, I made the decision and I told her, I said, we're not going to talk. All I can tell you is read your Bible and stay focused on God's face, because I love you and I know that you know this, but right now, this is what I have to do. So I had
Yeah.
to, what they call no contact, to get away
Yep.
from the narcissist who now had my baby, which then affected her, because
Yeah.
now she doesn't know where her mother is on the planet, because he wanted me in that dynamic. He told me if I would take him back, all of that shit would go away.
And that's a
So I had,
scary ass place to be, because it's almost like a frantic energy. It's like a
oh, it
frantic,
was.
like
Oh,
helpless,
yeah.
like desperate energy, because you know that someone else does have control over yourself or the people
And
that you
using my
love, and can
children.
control the, yep, control the narrative and all this stuff. But you also know that if you feed into that person's narrative, it's only going to make it worse.
Yep.
So it is really a desperate, I would say it's one of the hardest places to stand. And this is one of my hardest lessons, like standing on, like, I just wrote a poem about this, like standing by the tower and watching somebody else like not understand that they have the freedom to walk down and escape, but there's somebody else who's telling them that the door is locked, and just standing there and just being witness to it. It's one of the most heartbreaking places to be, but it's one of the most glorious places also to be, because you have to learn the balance of compassion. And if your compassion does not include yourself, it's incomplete, as Jack Cornfield says. And it's such a delicate stance upon the sword. It really is. Because if you, like with the case of your daughter, if you were like, let me tell you like what your father is like, and let me give you a new narrative about what's going on, even though you've been told for years and years and years that I abandoned you and that I wasn't there and all this stuff, but let me tell you what's really going on, then this poor child is stuck in this place, as I was stuck in this place of, do I hate my mom or do I hate my dad? They're
Mm-hmm.
both telling me to like hate someone, but all
Mm-hmm.
it takes is one parent to go, listen, I like, whatever's going on is going on, but I'm here for you. It's very hard, because what you want to do is you want to cut that person that cut you. You want to make them hurt. You want to make them bleed. You want to be like, can't you fucking see what you're doing here? But as far as a child being involved, it's more about allowing the child to unfold their own narrative. And even if it doesn't go your way, that you have to allow them to do it. And that is
Hi.
so fucking hard. It's
I
so
had to
hard.
wait. I had to wait 8 years for her to get this realization.
God bless you. God
And
bless you for your patience, for
I'm,
real, because you could have fucked this up. I'm telling you, you could have easily fucked this up.
yep, for real. I
Mm-hmm.
had to wait, and so she is now getting the point. But you remember when I told you about when my uncle took me to that place, and they had them little baby rats in the pan, on the fire. Remember I told you
Mhm.
that the little pink
Mhm.
baby rat.
Mhm.
That
Mhm. Mhm.
that
Mhm.
scenario in my life is when I was having to watch, and my baby was thrown into the fire with him doing that
Yeah.
shit just because, and
Yeah.
stand there and
Ugh.
watch my child just be in
Ugh.
hell. It drove me. It drove me, and I almost like I'm back. But when you asked that part about what the things I don't trust myself with, that was one of the things that caused me to have to trust myself or not trust myself with what I just told you. I had to wait 8 years for that to unfold.
But
For the
it's really the trust of knowing that whatever suffering someone else is going through, or whatever suffering somebody else is being put through by someone else, trusting that you can stand there and be there when they realize they're inside the pan.
yeah. Well, that's what I
But
put in her.
it's fucking hard. It's fucking
Oh
hard
yeah.
as fuck.
Oh
It's
yeah.
hard as fuck to watch those rats burn in the pan and be like, you're burning, and you keep jumping out and you keep putting things on you and then you keep jumping back in. It's hard as fuck. But the thing is that it sometimes, if you tell somebody, hey, you're fucking burning in that pan there, like, do something about it, then you become the person who's holding the handle. They think you're the one who's doing it
Hmm. I said she was boiled.
because
It was
you're the
like
one who's
boiled
calling it out.
frog getting
Yep.
boiled slowly. She had
Yep.
no
But
idea that she was being led to the slaughter from her own father, and I could not say to her then. Now she knows. Now she's aware of what I couldn't say then to her, but she knows that the highest form of love was that she had the capability of overcoming that shit and
mhm,
realizing it for herself. But that's what I instilled in my children, is
mhm,
that you have everything that you need inside of you and you are connected to the creator, and this is how it goes. And that's what she did. She read her Bible the first 3 years she was gone. Well, the second, because they locked her in a room the first three, almost not locked her, like put a padlock on it, but she could not, she was in her room for a year. Now she went from a house full of the siblings, the cousins, the everything, mom, to in a room with a stepmother verbally abusing her, a daddy
yeah.
not there, with no books,
The
no
tower.
phone, no nothing. Yes.
The tower.
And
The
and
tower.
she
Yep.
she whoop, she read her after going into the first year. I said, dude, they give prisoners a Bible. So he got her a Bible. So she read her Bible in the first 3 times in the first 5 years. And she is just a warrior, and she's so pure hearted. She was petting a fly before, and I was making fun of her, like, oh my, not,
I
you
do
know,
that
like,
too.
I
I
know,
do
I'm
that
like, you're so sweet. I'm like, this is the sweetest. I'm
too.
petting a fly,
There was a
and
mosquito. There was a mosquito in my room for the past 3 days, waking me up in the middle of the night, and I could not. I could not. I'm at the point now. Like, I used to smush them. Like, after like 3 days, I'd be like, "That's it. I'm done." But I saw it. I knew exactly where it was, and I was like, "Listen, if you want another meal, that's fine, but it doesn't mean that I have to allow it to affect me." That's it's just like, it's just the awareness of it. It's the awareness of knowing, but it's very hard when somebody is neurodivergent or young and doesn't have a full brain or like experiences to expound upon and go like, listen, like, here's my story so that you don't have to go through it. But I feel like if you can teach your kids empathy, because I don't, I think when we're real young, like, we understand that everything is, turn the wood, turn the cleave over and I'm there. I think we all understand that when we're real young, that everything that we do is interconnected. But then at some point in time, we're taught like independence and autonomy and pull your bootstraps up and all this bullshit that is beneficial to other people or to the cult leader, whether that be a father, a mother, or an actual leader or the president. And then we go, I don't have any autonomy over myself. I have no control. I have no nothing. But it really has to do with what is going on in your brain when you're alone.
Yep. And that's what's
And
in
if
your
you're
heart.
not, yeah, if you're not recognizing what's bubbling up from your heart and being expressed in language in your brain, and you're not questioning, like when you're being unkind to yourself, or when you're berating yourself for actions that you've done in the past that you have no control over, it's good to reflect upon those things. But it's also good to reflect upon what you want as a future, or how you want other people in your lives, or how you're consuming whatever you're consuming that is affecting your life right now. Like, if I felt like this interaction with you doesn't leave me feeling better when I leave it, I wouldn't put myself in it.
That part. That's the part. That's the one when I was talking about having an open panel. Like I like talking to somebody one on one because then all the energies come in and they like to slide on somebody else's trail. Like I'm seriously considering doing that expose I told you about. And it's gonna
I
be a
really want
it's
you to,
I
because
think it's
you're
the
the
right thing
person
to
who
do.
can do it. You're the
Yeah, it's
person
the
who
right
can
thing to
do
do.
it, and you don't give a shit. You don't give a shit. Obviously, like I was saying before, validation from the people that we trust and we love is fuel for our hearts. But getting some kind of ego boost or whatever is really not what you're about. I feel like what you're about is letting other people know what your truth is, so that they can make a verified and educated um, uh, uh, dive into how someone else is affecting their life. And that's exactly why I do lives. I never talk about people specifically, but if somebody comes to me privately and says, this is how this person made me feel. How do you feel about that? Have you had experiences like this or whatever? Then I will open up to that. But I feel like people, especially like in their 20s, okay, you're still trying to find your footing. But in your 30s and beyond,
40s,
yeah,
40s and almost 50s.
exactly. When you're in your 30s and beyond, I I just, I'm going to let you make your own fucking decisions. Even if they're like fucked up and whatever. Go ahead and fall. Go fall. If my parents let me fall all throughout my life. They were like, "You want to do stupid shit? Okay, you're going to do stupid shit and fall. You have to tend to your own wounds." I appreciate that they did that, but I wish that there were some times where they were like patting me on the back and being like, "You're gonna be okay." They were
I'm
just
not
like,
going away.
"Oh, you scraped your whole body sideways? Okay, whatever, you can do it." My parents weirdly did not trust me, but then wanted nothing to do with me when I made decisions that really scraped the fuck out of me. It was a very weird dichotomy of me. I'm just realizing this now, that they didn't trust me, but they trusted me fully when I fucked up myself, because they didn't want to have to deal with it. It had nothing to do with our relationship, but it had to do with their capacity to handle the pain.
That part. That's the one. That's what I was telling you
Oh
about that,
shit.
how I learned that
Can
with
you
my daughter.
send this live to me
Yeah.
after you've done it?
Oh yeah.
Because
I'm gonna
shit.
post it on YouTube.
Yeah, no, send me the whole entire live if
It'll
you
be on
can.
YouTube. Yeah. You just have to. I'll just
Shit.
put it for us. Yeah. Because it's really good, and it went really deep too.
But it's just it really is a balance. And I feel like it's a balance between self-trust and interbeing of trust. But if you have zero trust in yourself, and you wake up in the morning and you go, I'm not sure about this decision or this decision, whether it's like very little about confronting your daughter about a spoon, or confronting your partner about how you feel like they're not listening to your feelings. If you're not expressing that, if you're not speaking from your heart in an honest way, whether it's received or not, you're responsible for that. And that's the part that I feel like a lot of people are leaving out because they're so concerned about somebody else's comfortability. They're so concerned about their own ability to sit with the uncomfort. That was the part that was like like opening up a part of the maze that I didn't even know was there. When I was able to be like, you know what, you're fucking mad at me? Okay, you're mad at me. Like, it's your responsibility to express to me why you're mad at me. It's not my responsibility to comfort you through the madness without you taking any accountability or being able to express why you're mad at me. I had this like I was thinking the other day, Tina, I was like, I woke up and I was like, is anybody mad at me? And I was like, why the fuck am I even thinking this? Like my morning was like how my day went was was dependent upon whether someone was mad at me. Like, what? Oh my God. If somebody's mad at me, they're mad at me. That's it. That's it.
And you
And
know
if they
what?
want
It's
to
so nice to
express
have them
that,
just be mad, but it's not that just they have a be mad and they do the right thing, come to you and say, hey, I'm upset with you about this such and such thing. It's those little viper snake things that want to trail off and get all their little friends and do malicious gossip because they got to have a group because they group think type shit.
yeah,
That's why I'm
because they
cutting,
don't
cut,
they
cut,
don't
cut,
even
cut the
have
cord, cut the
the
cord.
because some people when they're upset do not have the emotional capacity to confront conflict. Okay? So what in my experience what I've experienced is that when someone who is upset or dealing with their own insecurities or doesn't have the emotional capacity to face me because they know I have no problem with conflict, they will gain a whole army behind them.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole army behind them will validate their upset or their anger or whatever, but it's such a fucking waste of time. It's like I feel like so many people would rather focus on the madness and the upset and the uncomfortability because that's so familiar to them, and or block you, or just like straight up block you
I
and be
prefer
like,
that. I would so much rather, but that's the point. They so curious. They can't get to the point of just blocking you because they want to still see what you might be thinking about them, or they don't know. They gotta. I would so
alien
much
T.
rather somebody block me than not block me and continue with the little shenanigans for
I
sure.
just like I think that we are at the point in our evolution, in our humanity, that we can sit with the feelings of uncomfortability in our stomachs. We're like most of us are like in our 30s or in our 40s, and you know what? It's okay if chaos is your comfortability. I've come to the realization that some people are very uncomfortable with boring, are very uncomfortable with peace, are very uncomfortable with people not feeding into their bullshit. What I'm personally pissed off about is when someone has an issue with me, whether it be my mother, my best friend's partner, quote unquote, or whatever, that they don't have the the spirit to come to me to talk about it so that it can be resolved. Some people Some people love to live in the unresolved. The unresolved is comfort to them. And until these people realize that the unresolved is comfort, but not actually comfort, then there's nothing I can fucking do about it. If you want to wake up and be ready for war, I can be like, okay, have fun. Sayonara. Bye. Like, I don't have to opt into your war. Even if I love you, I don't have to opt into your war. I can just be like, I recognize that this thing is bothering you, but if you want a toaster oven to bother you for the next week, have fun. Bye. That is not a reflection of me or not caring or whatever. If you want a toaster oven to fuck you up for the next week, have fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real big deal. And I have just gotten to the point where I'm able to thank the horror that I went through genuinely. Like, I took into consideration that people said, one day you'll be thanking what you went through, the horrible stuff. And I am like, no, I am good. Uh, so I had to get to that point in my deepest heart spaces as it is, because when I look up to somebody and I respect somebody and I give them my full openness about my heart's laying here, like, this is who I am and how it's known, and I'm fine with that. And it's like, I'm gonna fucking tell you what, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna be with that, I'm gonna go around here, I'm gonna have this person, that person, the whole shabam. And I'm like, what did I
Yeah.
do? And I have to spend 1 second wondering, what did I do? Because somebody's existence made me feel a certain type of way. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. And that took a lot of work. It took a lot of work to get to that point. And so I'm in the pivot of, how do I help other people break out of their comfort zone of uh, flitting around? Because one of the things I had to come out of was hearing my own voice. Like, I would talk, 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 but I learned, this was before this shit happened. I learned this, that the sound of my voice and the energy vibration vibrating through my own self was also a form of addiction. It was also a form of the way my body was processing some of the energy in order for me to stay centered in myself to survive it. It was a coping mechanism.
Yeah, I was
So,
just gonna say it's a cope. It's a
yeah,
cope.
I would
You
have
know,
to keep.
I feel like there are people in our lives who like sometimes can have an off day, you know? Like
Yeah, I
for
have to
me
give them at least three
personally,
months.
you
Three
know, for
months
me
will decide if it's
personally,
an off day or an
I
off
like
life.
exactly like I'm going through perimenopause, I'm going through my own pains and whatever, and it's not an excuse. I have to take accountability for that and accountability for people's conditioning and all this kind of stuff. But I really had to look at the like overall like big picture. Like for instance, if you like popped off on me one day, okay? Like I have a plethora of experiences that I can pull from to show me that this pattern is irregular. It's a plot on a different graph. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to take it into account. It doesn't mean I'm going to pull it from the map. But just like I'm not going to discount all the bad experiences, I'm not also going to discount all the good experiences. If you continue to pop off on me about a belief that I have that is core to my being, and you keep defending yourself against it, then I have to look at myself and go, why
That
am
part.
I not recognizing this? Why am I not taking accountability for how this person is influencing me? And that's that. But we have to remember that this whole fucking thing is impermanent. All of it is impermanent. All of it. Like as much as we want to be immortal, as much as we are immortal, this mattered experience within this body, if we're lucky, has 100 summers. 100.
Well,
And
that's where this becomes that between my thought process and people that I talk to. And if that's your belief system, that just you're in that mindset with the people that I talk to that I disagree with about that part. Like I totally disagree with
we
thinking
can
and putting it out
disagree,
there.
sister.
Sure, of course. But that's why when you say that and we're here, I'm going to say this part because some people might want the seeds planted and the encouragement to keep living and not think that they're going to perish in 100 years, which is what I'm here for. But some
How
people that
long
along with
how
that
long do you
100 summer thing,
feel this mattered body can exist?
well, science says it's designed to regenerate itself. So every 7 years, it can stay alive. It can come back to
How
good.
long
It can flourish.
personally would you like to exist in this mattered body as
The
Tina?
the promises say for eternity. So I'm about eternity.
So you would definitely want to live as Tina for eternity.
Do I love myself?
Oh, I'm not questioning that.
That's the part. So why would I want to unalive if I love myself? That's the big kicker about this whole thing and why I've been in hell my whole life. I didn't know that I was blessed with
Like,
some sort of a seed that says you love yourself, you love life, you want to live. I was always playing and running and but every time I turned around, I was being abused by somebody and especially people that I thought I could trust, that I thought were like pillars of the community, like I told you about my uncle, like
mhm.
all kind of stuff like that. And it turns out that they had their own shit that they weren't willing to look at. And then they allowed the victims of the victim mentalities that was outwardly like they could cry because they weren't traumatized to the point I was and had the attitude like, I'm going to overcome this. So it left me standing alone a lot because of the way I think about things. And I'm okay. Now, like now that I really did go through what I went through, I am completely fine with that. Because if the page turns, I finally watched the Book of Eli the other night. Finally, if the page
Oh,
turns,
so good. That's
I
one of my
know.
partner's
I,
favorite
I finally,
movies.
finally,
Favorite
finally got to see
movies.
it.
He loves
Yep.
that
And
fucking
it's written on
movie.
my heart
He
right now.
fucking
And so
loves that movie.
I could
Oh my
not
god.
believe it. And yeah, so finally, for after years of trying, I was able to do it. And if in eternity I'm at the other end of it, because when I got this fellowship, I told you from my church, that was the question. If I'm the only person left on this planet, am I still going to be in that connection? And my creator and the promises that has been planted inside of me, no matter who shows up to tell me shit. Like, yeah. So I went through that already, but it wasn't in my adult idea of having abuse came at me the way that it came at me, that I had to consciously get myself through it and ask myself, am I a true believer? And right now I am. And on the other side of this, if I'm looking at thinking about the future in eternity, when I'm standing there by myself, if that were the case, because I'm not going to say when, if that were the case, because I know I'm not the only one that thinks like this, when I'm standing at the end of eternity, I would say, if I were by myself, I still feel the same way because it's inside of me. But the great
Yeah, I
news
don't think
is,
there's
as we're all
ever
one
an
in
end of
community, I
eternity.
know that I'm not the only one because I know that my children feel this way. I know that my children think this way. I know we want to be together. So I know
Yeah.
we're not the only
I
ones that
mean,
think like
any
that.
which way, whether we're mattered or not mattered, I would hope that we have the recognition to realize that the person that I am today may not be the person that I am tomorrow. That's it. I don't really care whether it's in the uh the the consciousness of a rock or a leaf, or as Jenny Lane, that I can continue on with how I've acted and interacted with other human beings that will lessen the suffering that we're all going through, and to hold someone else into a bubble of their actions from where they're at does not necessarily give them an excuse to abuse me, but it gives me evidence to how I can live my life and interact with you. That's essentially it. It's the idea of impermanence. And if I'm rigid and I'm saying your identity is your identity, and I don't, Tina, I don't really care whether you live 10,000 years as Tina or 100. What I care about is how you're treating me right now. And if I have treated you in a way that has harmed you, that you have the courage to share with me how that affected you so that I know and I can make a change so that I don't do that to you or anybody else that I love.
That's so beautiful. And here, the part that's scary, that this is what I'm finding, that I have the part that I'm still working through, is the scary part for me. I don't want to feel fear. Is actually being able to say something, because that's the other part. When I actually would open up to like my mom, that this was really happening to me, they wanted to confront them. They wanted to have the problem. They wanted to, and as a wounded person, especially a child, not being in a dynamic to confront that person, but have the feedback when you finally get brave enough to say something, come back on you. Because in my experience, you can, like you, I wouldn't have a problem with, because we've built this established thing, and I mean it could change at any moment. But I'm faithful in my
Sure.
now moment that I know who you are,
You just
and
have to pay
so
attention to my behaviors. That's it.
yeah. And so when that happens with other human beings and that's done, that at this point in my life, I'm not a little girl that's going to be like, oh, I need to, But when I get to the point where I can't even I feel that I can't even talk to the person because they're going to twist it and make it like how the group think and get all their little compadres and let the victim mentalities run the show and bring the energy down to that level. I'm not doing that. I'm just not doing that. And as much as I am staying in my now moment to see that through, I've seen enough in my faith to know that when I clear that energy and see that through inside of myself, I'm going to level what they call, air quotes, up to another level inside of myself of what? Of grounded solidarity in who I am and who I was originally created to be without the trauma, because I have rewired my neural pathways from to the back to the origination of my creation without the trauma or any of the bonds
Mm-hmm.
that were formed from it, or any of the little pathways or alleyways that people that still have those relational trauma, threads that want to connect to my energy. Because what I learned,
After you get to this point, after you get to this point where you're rewiring your grooves and you're going, this is the trauma that I went through and this is how I got through it. At some point in time, you do have to you do have to go, you know what, like if I was born in Tina's situation, where would I be? And a lot of people don't have necessarily the creativity, the understanding, the empathy, or compassion to do that. So for me, the people who are the most combative with me and the most impatient with me and the most rude with me, other people would be like, why are you allowing people like this in your life, Jenny? I'm thinking of like a few people specifically on this app. But then I go, okay, I'm in this zone where I found compassion and I found self-compassion, and I've gotten here and I know I can, and it's a practice. And if somebody wants to emotionally dump on me, or if somebody wants to call me names or call me how they perceive me or whatever, it's a practice for me. It's not a value judgment of my self-worth, who I allow in or who I say is personal or whatever. It's merely a practice of compassion. It doesn't mean that I'm allowing this person inside of my life to know all the intimate details of my life and being vulnerable and allowing them to be vulnerability vultures. It just means that I am now practicing, and for me, a new level of compassion that I was unable to before. It has no, absolutely zero judgment of who I am as a person, but how, like, it's almost like the people that I have the most contempt for, I want the closest in my life. And I know that sounds weird as fuck, but it means that I have to work on my level of compassion. Doesn't mean they have to be in my life, but in my mind, I have to work on my level of compassion, because those people that I have the most contempt for, those people that are spewing the most hate and the worst shit possible in the world, are really the people that need the most compassion.
Oh yeah, for sure. But here's the kicker.
It
They
doesn't mean
don't
they have
want
to
to
be in my
they
world
don't
though.
they don't want to admit that to themselves. And because we have that type of compassion and we want to illuminate it so that they can see it and have them, they hold it against us. Like we're the
Oh
problem
well.
because we have that open availability to be able to do that. And the
Oh
reason that
well.
we have that open availability is because we've been graded over a grader, and we're
Well,
very
then let them be on
sensitive.
that TV station. They can be on that TV station. Like, I think you and I both know of a specific person that both called us fake.
Yeah, I'm good.
They both called us fake, and one of us was like, come on in, let me hear about your whole world and let me give you a showcase and all this stuff. You have far more compassion than I do, because I, like, not that it's a competition, but I would just be like, okay, bye bye, like, go have
Yeah.
go deal with your world over there. And that's why I love that we're all different types of people, and that we do acknowledge the fact that other people do have an influence on our lives and do have an influence on our actions. But we have to recognize who is within our inner circle, who cares for us to grow, to be free of suffering, to not have to deal with these things day in and day out, and will do whatever they can so that they can be free of this, and who doesn't fucking care. That's it. And it's a hard judgment call to make, but that's why we have people who we love and who we trust around, so that they can help us see things that we're blindsided to. That's it. That's it. And some of us have different experiences with other people because we're different people experiencing different things with other people, with different traumas, with different conditioning, and with all this stuff. And that's how we figure out who is safe around us and who isn't. But the only way we can do that is by acknowledging the fact that other people do have an effect on our lives. And it doesn't have to be an open field fucking day. We don't have to be running along the archery field being like, I'm dodging what I can, and whatever is hitting me, I can
Yeah,
pull out on my
surviving.
own.
We want to live. We don't just want to survive. We want to
Yeah,
live. We
fuck
want to be
that.
able to trust the person in our
I,
inner
but
dynamic.
I
You know, you
also
invite
want to
somebody to
hear
your
from
table, you want
people
to be
who
able to
fucking
trust them.
hate me. I want to hear from people who fucking hate me. I
I
know
want to
that's
hear
weird
from
as
people
fuck to
when
hear.
I have something that somebody has against me. I would love for them to say this is what it is, because if they're coming to me, if they
Yeah,
have enough to come to me and say this is what it is, and they trust me
that
enough,
takes courage.
yeah, and they trust me enough to handle that, their feeling about it, that is one thing. And then another thing, they come to me, they think they're going to say that, but they just want to use it for me to say, oh, I'm so sorry. What? Then they go, oh yeah, see there, let me go on this and let me go on that attack. I give people so much space before I have to say this is affecting me, and I prefer to have it out in the open and talk about it. But I also know people on a level
But
that
that's also on
I know the
us.
ones you can do that with at this point,
Yeah.
and I know the ones you cannot do that with at this point. So some
But
people don't even
that's
get
on
that.
them. That's on them.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
that space of knowing who you can do things with and who you cannot, like, that's up to us. Like, I'm
Yeah.
at the point now where I'm like, if you cross a certain limit with me, I will just give you kindness, because that's just where my heart feels best. but but I'm not gonna allow this long fucking leash for somebody to either expose themselves or to degrade me so that other people can see what's going on. I'm gonna call it out. Like we have to understand what our space is between what society expects us to be and what we really need for our heart. But the only way you can learn that is by experience. The only way you can learn that is by people who are challenging you. Like, you call me out on shit, and I'm like, what the fuck is she talking about? And then I'm like, shut the fuck up, Jenny, and just listen. It doesn't mean that I disrespect myself or whatever. It's just another human being who knows me, who's sharing things with me that may give me a perspective. I may not agree with it. I may not think that that's what it's about, but it's just another part of the story. Who the fuck cares? I'm going to be different tomorrow. That's it. We're all holding on to these statues of ourselves, of purity and goodness, or of evilness, or of this label or of that label. And then we expect everybody else to see all the shiny aspects and the curves and the grooves and all this stuff. But that's not the case. What the case is when you lay that statue in bed at night and you have to deal with it. You have to deal with the creaks. You have to deal with the brokenness. You have to deal with all this shit. And the only way you can do that is by talking to the people that you love about how you feel. And if somebody doesn't give a shit about how you feel, no matter how many times you tell them, get the fuck away from them.
That part. That part.
Get the fuck away from them.
Yeah.
It may seem like a performance when somebody's like, oh, I understand how you're feeling and all this stuff, but you get to see how their actions are later on. They can say whatever the fuck they want, but if they're not moving the spoon, if they're not putting the fucking pineapple can in the thing, you know where you're at, and you know how you need to react to the person that's not going to give a shit about how you feel, how you care, how you whatever. And then you have to take responsibility for yourself. You have to go, I'm allowing this. I'm walking into the archery field. I'm allowing other people in my world who consistently don't give a shit about how I'm feeling and don't care. And why am I doing that?
Yeah.
At some
Yes.
point in time, we have to take accountability for why we are allowing other people in our lives who don't see us or heart stand us how we want to be perceived by other people. That's it. At some
Yeah.
point in time, we have to take responsibility for that, even if it was our mom or our dad and our shitty partners or our brothers or our sisters or our crappy friends or our boss. At some point in time, we have to go, you know what? Maybe I was the victim, but I am also
That's true.
accountable for what
Yeah.
situations I'm putting myself into and who I'm interacting with.
Yeah. You know how victimized I was as a child. And guess what? That shit didn't fly as an adult. What I did as a result of that victimization, even though I had to work through it, was still, I had to own that shit. I had to feel that shit. I had to walk that shit
Yeah.
out. So I'll be damned
I
if I'm
didn't
going
want
to
to
keep
be a
getting
fucking victim.
victimized.
Like,
Yeah.
oh God, like my dad used to, like, I used to call my dad and tell him what was going on in my abusive relationship, and he's like, you're a victim, you're a victim. And I'm like thinking, holy shit, you have conditioned me my whole fucking life to take the identity of a victim because your grandiose narcissism.
Yeah.
So now you're telling me to take this fucking identity too? You know what? Maybe I was the victim. Maybe I was the victim of somebody's predatory, manipulative, addictive behaviors. But it doesn't mean that I have to make that my whole fucking identity. That's just it's just a side note to my story. I don't want to be a victim. I don't want to be a fucking hero. I just want to be a fucking human who's able to deal with conflicts as they arise, because everybody's going to have differences with me. Everybody's going to disagree with me. Some people are not going to like me. Some people are not going to like, if it's black or white, get the fuck out of my life. Get the fuck out of my life, because that's not how the world works. The world is not all or nothing. It's not positive and negative. It's not evil or virtuous. It's a whole fucking spectrum. And if you think it's one way or the other, you're living in some righteous narcissism that I want nothing to do with.
Yes,
That's it.
indeed. Yeah. And then you're going to shush me on one hand, mute me, want me to mute, and then you're gonna demand me to talk. Get the fuck.
Because
I'm
it's
done.
all it's all a if we can just realize the impermanence of it and realize that there is evil in this world. As much as I would like
You know
there
what
not to
else
be
there
evil
is
in this world,
besides
there's
evil?
also
There's
very
unawareness.
good.
And they
There's
can be
unawareness
unaware.
and
Yeah,
there's
and they're like, oh,
awareness.
I think I'm so grandiose because I've accomplished this, this, and this, and I'm consistent with these types of things. But when it comes to getting to the center of the heart space, that's what the apostle Paul was not. Paul was not an apostle. Let me take that back. That's what Paul in the Bible was privy to, what that people hate, because I did not, I had no respect for Paul before I went through what I went through. I thought he's grandiose, he's all of these things, until I got. And when I got and I realized I'm a slave to what? To standing firm, that make sure that people don't take advantage of the underdog, that I stand up for myself, who was an underdog, that I create
Yeah.
love and compassion for others. But how do I do that? I have to forgive everything that happened to me and every connection that it had to any other thing on this planet, that is a heavy weight for me, that I know that I'm gifted to be here to do, to undo in my own self. Otherwise, guess what? I'm gonna unalive. And that's why
Yeah,
I know that the goal is life.
but people see forgiveness like there was this Muslim woman who forgived her son's unaliver, and people were like, she's weak, how could she do that, and how, you know what, she gave herself freedom.
Yeah.
She gave herself freedom for the rest of her life. Whatever anybody else wants to do with their life has really no bearing on me unless you are in my inner circle. And then yeah, it's my fucking business. If you are
Let me
in
tell
my
you the
life,
story.
if you are giving me advice about my life, if you are listening to my story and my suffering, yeah, it's my business to know what's going on with you. But as far as like some random person over there doing their own thing, you know what? Like, if you want to live in vengeance and you want to live in unforgiveness and you want to live in a state of bitterness and hatred and anger, that's on you. I am over here in this corner of the world trying to establish a level of compassion and love and kindness, even for people that I fucking dislike and have contempt for. And I will
You know what?
offer them
I'm
loving
working.
kindness meditations, and that's it. But the thing is that we tend to judge other people by snapshots. We take pictures of them in this one specific moment, and then we replay it, and then we make judgments for why we can hate them, and it's not doing anyone a service.
When you
Because if
put them
you are sitting
snapshots
in a level
together,
of
after a
hate,
amount of time, you get a, you know what you get after you put them snapshots together? You get a reel, you get a movie, you get animation.
you
That's when
get a
you take
movie, and
enough.
then you get to decide whether
Then
that
you get to
person's in your
decide.
life or
That's right.
not.
And you know what the goal is, more so than forgiveness, is not being in a situation, in a dynamic with any human being that causes me to feel like I have to protect myself while
Yeah,
I'm there.
where you have to harm yourself just to have a relationship with this
That
person,
that part
where
too.
you have to
Yeah.
allow harm. Fuck that. I don't have to allow harm to like it's all these people who are like, I'm just keeping the peace. I'm keeping, well, you're because you're keeping the peace, you're managing to justify a war within your brain that takes so much more energy. It's okay to let people go, but I feel like we're in this world where it's like we're so quick to throw people in the trash for one like snapshot of shit that happens.
Yeah.
Like
And you
we're
know what
we're
else? Let me tell you something
because
else.
we're
That
healed.
part right there, when somebody comes into somebody's life, this is why what I went through was a gift. As devastated as I was, and I sit at tables with people who profess to be so fucking healthy, and they further me into another level that I got to climb out of that because they're still behaving that way, like they the cookie cutter picket fence type shit and their shit's all together. Those are the ones that get the backflip in time. Those are the ones that are like, what the fuck? Because they could not even just allow a human being that's suffering and in pain to come out and say, this is how I feel, but this is how I overcame. So that the next person who is experiencing something that the cookie cutter didn't get to experience because they weren't blessed enough to go through the hell that some of us have, to give them a platform to let them say, hey, if anybody's suffering at this level, you're heard and here's what you can do to help. They want to gatekeep that shit and silence people. The pivot has happened. The sorting and the sifting is here. So I already know who I
I
am here.
think
I don't have to put up with that shit. I'm not a child anymore.
I feel like it's a very delicate balance of having 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 a grace for people who you know are going through their shit, but
That's the part.
also
They know you're
but
going through your
also
shit, but they don't have any grace or care to.
but the thing is that maybe they don't have grace or they don't care to because of where they're at.
That's the part. But then they don't want to help. So you're not going to, you don't want my help. I will dust the dust off my feet and keep it moving. I will not allow you to abuse me till you fucking figure it out. You can join at any
Mm.
point and figure it out, but you're not going to fucking throw in your nasty shit and vomit that shit all over the place from a place of egotistical hierarchy when you don't fucking mean shit because you don't give a fuck because your heart and your brain is not in coherence. That part is the fucking part for me.
I don't know if he's still in the room, but Alien T was requesting at some point in time. I don't
Yeah,
know if
and I
he's still
told him
here.
no, and then he tells me I'm not authorized to use his content, which I already have authorized permission, and then he's blocking me. Good. That's a gift. The fuck?
I don't know what's going on there.
That's the point. That's the point. That's the point. Yeah. So there was plenty of people that requested, but you and I are having a conversation. But you see how I can't have a conversation without that fuckery in the comments over what happened the last time. But I've been praying and trying to decide how I want to handle and move forward with this shit. But I
Yeah,
can't even
sometimes we
sit
need
with my
time to
friends
process.
and allow people. I've had time to process now. I can't sit with my friend and have our conversations as to what we know will help anybody that comes here for us without somebody wanting the attention and the limelight on them. That's the type shit I'm talking about.
Yeah, sometimes they just need it though, you know.
Well, that's not my
Even
issue.
if it's no, it's not.
That's not my issue. What the fuck?
No. If it's going to cause you more suffering, then it's not. But if you're in a place of solidness, and I just want to say thank you for making this a space where you and I can just I feel like you and I are just having a phone conversation and people are on the party line
Yeah,
listening
like
and I
this
don't
shit is
mind.
real.
But
You know? I mean,
it's really up to
damn.
you. You know, it's up to you, but I am very of the camp of if something I don't know what happened. Um but I am of the camp that if something happened and there is no uh a previous um braids of unaccountability or harm that we go okay like I'm not just
All right,
talking
let
about
me ask
personal
you
shit
this. Just let me
like
ask you
I'm the
this.
type of
Do
person
you,
that like if somebody that I love is being hurt by somebody that I know that is also braided into my safety.
yeah.
That's just me. Like
Do
I
you
don't think
honestly
that
think
it's an
at this
exception.
point of knowing me that I would just poof do that today or last week?
I don't know what happened. Like I know
That's the
that
point.
that one,
This is the
but I
part
know
about
that
trust, okay?
one, but I know that one point of poof. I know that one action of feeling harmed or feeling like you can't trust somebody or feeling unsafety. I don't give a shit if it is what I would do.
Well,
It's a
that's why we're
matter
different.
of your safety and what you feel, and I trust that you can handle what you need so that you're okay in your own time, even if I disagree with it, like not specifically for this, but you know what the other shit that's going on with me, you know.
Yeah, I've been dealing with this since I came in very, very, very putting it all together from broken, but I got a loan and it's just my position here. It's who I am. It's what I know. And I give and give openly until I take in the data. And then I have to process it in my heart space, which is between me and my creator, to then see where the facts are. And the facts are here to support what I'm saying as my truth. Therefore, it's one of those dynamics that you trust me. You don't have to be a part of it. I'm not asking anybody to get on my bandwagon. I'm just fine with my own bandwagon of myself and my little children.
Got
But at the same,
self-trust.
but that's right. But at the same time, I'm not in a dynamic where I got to choose breastfeeding my child over bottle feeding my child in order to sit with my friend or have somebody that I respect on my live and have the little minions come in and want to have the limelight shined on them because they don't want to do the real work and get off of social media and face the fucking piper and own what they fucking did. And we'll talk about some of the backstory behind here because
But
that's why I said, do
sometimes
you honestly think
people,
by knowing me right now that I wouldn't have rhyme or reason for my actions right now? This pains me.
no,
It really
not at
pains me
all.
because every
But
time I
you
think that
are
I can move
very,
forward with
do you,
somebody, this is what I
okay,
learned.
let's put it this way. Do you feel like me as a human being, what you know as me as a human being, if I get off this app, that I can transmute whatever I'm going through and function on the other side?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
I do. I think that what you're
Not
gleaning here
everybody can do
helps
that.
you to get in. I know, but that's why you and I are still talking. And that's why,
Right.
because I every time I think that I want to open a panel up to somebody, anybody, even people that I know I love, I have to make, I today, and from the last time that I made this decision a week or so ago, that I will decide if I'm going to open a panel. I don't give a fuck if it's just you and me talking. I have your permission to put this on YouTube. It's going on YouTube.
I would
That's
love
it.
it. I'd like
That's what I'm
anytime I'm
saying.
public, but like anytime I'm speaking publicly, like that's it.
Yeah,
That's my consent. Like
that's right.
there's no other question about it. If I'm putting myself out there where other people, like there may be, it may seem like there's only so many people in this room, but there could be 1,000 people sitting on the outside of do you want to join this sort of thing, who's listening. Like I have to be cognizant of the fact that if I'm putting myself out there publicly, that I'm going to be judged publicly. That's just basic consent. Like I'm not going to be like, you can't use my shit, because it'd be like me standing in the town square spouting off my preachings and then being upset that somebody's videotaping me. No,
Yeah.
that's just not how it works.
And I
Unfortunately,
have
that's not
written
how.
consent anyway for, when I do my shit. I ain't fucking stupid. But at
I
the
don't give a
same
shit.
time,
Like,
yeah, I mean, this is the whole point. But look how hard I'm having to fight just to sit down to talk to people who really need to hear what we're talking about, not the fucking side note that took the show. See what I'm saying?
but the side note is okay too.
Yeah, it adds the flavor of this is what this looks like now on the other
This is
side of the
reality.
coin. This is
there's
now
somebody that's
I can
suffering
see anybody
in
who
a
thinks
way.
whatever they think of themselves. I am standing in my own power of who I am. Who I know I am here is to help people who need to come up from pain that they've endured and to say, this is how I did it. This is how Jenny Lane has processed it. We're talking about this together. So if this helps you in any way, please take it so we can all be in happiness and love and joy, find compassion for ourselves, and stop fucking abusing people.
I
That
just
dog is evil.
maybe I'm maybe because I grew up in like constant conflict. Um, I really I don't have a problem with it. I'm not
Oh,
conflict avoidant.
I ain't
Um,
playing.
I'm not. In fact, it opens up another perspective for me. But at some point in time, if somebody feels like like they're constantly being attacked without voicing what they need to, that's a different story. But I'm also I just want you to know that I'm open to anybody who wants to come up here personally. Just
I
me
know
as a
that.
human being. It's your live. It's completely your like if
I
Alien
thank
T
you for
wanted to come
reminding
in
me.
here
Thank you for
and
reminding
he
me that it's
wanted,
my life.
but like I just want to know that I have consent. Like I don't give a shit. I would much rather people hash it out than stand in the corners of their lives trying to figure out like why this or why that, or blocking. Like blocking people doesn't make the shit go away. Like people are very quick to block people technologically. Like it's just a button. It's just a button. But then they unblock to see what's going
I
on, and
know.
then they still have
That's
some
the
kind of
one.
control and
That's
all
the
this
one.
shit.
Oh my
No,
god.
just like just be a human being and express how you're feeling. And you know what? That's really fucking vulnerable. You're leaving yourself really fucking vulnerable by telling somebody about your feelings. But you recognize when you're vulnerable and you tell somebody about your feelings and they don't care,
Hmm.
you realize that you're not safe.
Yeah.
So you can put up a giant fucking border wall
You
as
can go
much as
listen to
you
my
want.
live on YouTube, but what the fuck happened? I'm fucking
I
done.
didn't.
I
I
wasn't gonna
didn't.
post it, but I decided I said it in my live that I wasn't gonna post that. You know what? I posted that shit. And I guarantee you that's part of what the fuck happened. And now it's all, out there. Well, guess what? It's fucking out there. Fuck that.
Well, I think that we as human beings need to recognize that we're infallible. That we have moments where, you know what, maybe we don't even do the right thing for ourselves that we would like to do. But being able to see the vulnerability and the flaws of our humanity is what is going to get us through this fucking thing. If
Hmm.
we're like, social media can be a blessing and a curse. If we're using social media to curate versions of ourselves where we're these perfect versions, where we don't get loud, where we don't get angry, where we don't get mad at systemic racism and all the bullshit that's going on with the world, you're just a paper doll version of yourself
Hmm.
that is
Can't to
being
sun and moon, so I
created,
got some emotion.
so that other people like you. I don't give a shit if you put a heart on my video. I don't give a shit if you like me. The thing that I give a shit about is that I'm being true to myself. Because when I'm not being true to myself and my feelings and my wants and my needs and all that stuff, that's when I get twisted. That's when I get caught up. That's when I get full of pain and all this shit. But when I'm talking about the things that hurt me, when I'm talking about people that hurt me, when I'm confronting people that I care about, that I want to have a relationship with, and they don't care, I'm learning. I'm learning that these people are not safe with me. What people are not doing is pushing that boundary where they're like, oh shit, I feel sick. And then going, whatever, I can change. No, you know what? If people are choosing to love you, if somebody came to me and was like, Jenny, the shit that you're doing is really fucking me up. I think you need therapy. I'd be like, holy shit. Like, if this is somebody that actually cares about me and wants to be in my life and whatever, I'd be on psychology.com tomorrow finding therapy. I wouldn't be like, fuck you, I don't need therapy. I could do it all my, I don't want other people to tell me that I'm wrong or whatever. I'd be like, I value this relationship more than I value my fucking ego.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But not everybody wants to do that because they're like, I've realized, especially being around extremely wealthy people. I grew up, you know, sort of on the poor side, but not really, in a town that was saturated with generational wealth. So I learned that when you have the money to buy anything you want, to do whatever you want, to not have to need anybody else for financial stability, the last thing that you have as currency is your reputation. Your social currency, how you act, how you're perceived, and all this stuff. And even if you're a millionaire or a billionaire, which I know many of them, they're still in misery because they're protecting abuse, because they're protecting a reputation, because they're protecting a curated version of themselves. And that feels like a prison. I don't give a shit if I could buy whatever I wanted to buy. Freedom for me is being able to express who I am and find other people who accept me for that expression. That's love. That's love to me. Freedom.
That's why the sheet got split very recently. I am just I'm I what I have to say is meant to be said. And when I make a mistake, if I make a mistake about anything I say, I will be glad to understand what I did wrong and make it
When I
right.
make a mistake,
Yeah,
because I'm going
like
to make
I mean,
mistakes.
yeah. And so I that's the whole it in a nutshell. That's why we're to make sure our words are impeccable, because what comes out of our heart is what we speak.
My
So
words are not going to be impeccable. They're just not.
well, you
My
keep
words are
working on it.
like, even as a writer, my words are not going to be impeccable.
It
Sometimes my
depends on
words are
who's
going to be
listening.
driven by my heart and not driven by somebody else's comfortability.
That's what
You know,
makes it
I
perfect, is because when it's coming from a heart that's pure, that's the difference. But coming from a shitty heart. And if you're trying to silence somebody, your heart's shitty. Sorry, not sorry.
but you also have to understand that that comes from generational silencing of hearts.
I do understand that. That's the whole point of
Yeah.
breaking the fucking cycles. They can go fucking silence anybody they want, but I'm gonna be praying over the victim that they're attempting to silence, because them little snakes will just go find the next victim. And anybody that wants to jump on board with that group think, because air quotes reputation. Why you think I'm like this? My reputation, it don't fucking matter. If you like me, you like me. Everybody fucking knows that.
I'm a
So
fucking mess as fuck. Like, anybody who's like, your reputation is spotless, I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with your
what?
head?
I know. You don't even know what I did. You definitely don't even know what I did at my whole life, even as a child. I don't know what I did. Fucking
You know,
kidding
it's
me right
like,
now?
but that's why I put my shit out. Like, that's why I wear my heart on my sleeve. That's why I do videos where I just woke up in the morning and I just put the camera in front of me, because that's why I go out on the beach in a bikini, even if I'm not comfortable with the state or weight of my body, because I want other people to be like, here's a woman who's trying to work through how she's perceived in the world. And if she still loves herself through that, then I can do that too. That's my greatest motivator. Like, that's the thing that gets me past, oh my god, you're gross. Like, that's the thing that gets me past all of my exes who are telling me this, that, and the other thing, that my worth was defined by how much weight I have on my body. That's my personal thing that I have to get past. But as far as how other people perceive me, how other people perceive me is more of a state of their being. That,
That's
like,
right.
my mom sees me differently, you see me differently, George sees me differently, everybody sees me differently, and all I can hope for is that if I fuck up, because I'm gonna fuck up, because I'm human, because I've got all these things that I'm trying to work through and deal with and all this stuff, that somebody can still see the fact that I'm coming from my heart and I want to do what's best and I don't want to add suffering to the world. If you can't see that, and you want to just like extract me from your life or shun me from your life because of one isolated action that I did, and not see everything else that came before it, I have no control over that.
No.
Nothing. I have no control over that. I want people who are going to see me and be like, Jenny, this is a one off. I don't know what the fuck is going on with you. I don't know why you just like yelled at me, but I'm going to still love you. It doesn't mean tolerating abuse. It means recognizing the patterns of how somebody has treated you and not weighing that one isolated incident where people were going through some deep ass fucking shit and making that their whole identity.
Yeah, and it's another thing when somebody
But
you
it's a
can tell that
balance.
when they're hurting and they're just lashing out, that's a whole different ball game than being in a role of leadership and having your ego decide who's gonna you gonna tap the scepter, what do you call it, scepter on. Oh, you get to live. Oh, you get to shut up. Oh, you get to lie. You get to. I no, thank you. I got
But that
one
too is a
one
conditioning.
creator.
That too is a
Yeah,
conditioning.
and that is exactly part of each thing that we just said. Even though somebody might be downtrodden, the difference between a meek person and the meek inheriting the earth is somebody that might be in their down darkest most, just like a feral dog. You know how dog is abused, and unfortunately it's sad to say that, but they come out and they can't trust anybody till they get loved back
Mm-hmm.
through it. That's different than being the one doing the abusing of the dog and then being like, oh, let me get another dog, see if I can abuse that. Oh, can I bring that one up? Can I bring that one down? I'm so done with
So
that
my
shit.
question would be, what would Jesus do?
Well, I think Jesus is doing what I'm doing right now. He ain't tolerating that shit no more.
He would though.
Okay, well, you have your relationship with Jesus and I have mine.
Well, what did Jesus end up doing at the end?
He died for us to not have to live like that anymore. And so here I am, not living like that anymore.
So even those that harmed him, that degraded him, that put him through this stuff, he still had love for. And
That's right.
that to
No,
me, that
dude,
to me
let me get
does
something
not
straight.
mean
No, no, no.
does
Let
not
me get
mean
something
harming
straight and clear
yourself.
right now. I
Yeah.
can put a boundary up with somebody and still love them because the reason the boundary is up with them is because I love them. Because it's time to stop doing
It's
people
because
that
you
way.
love
So
you.
either
It's
you
because
don't
you
want
love
me to sit
you.
down and say, hey, I'm going to just tell you that this is really bothering me because this really happened. I mean, you know it really happened. You see it. You was a part, not you, the person that did it. You're on the
Okay.
video. You see it. You know what you did. You was there. You know exactly. You're leading people. You know what you did. Okay. All the trail of the time, you know what you did. And I don't say anything because I give you the benefit of the doubt. I keep showing up good the way that I want it to be
Yep.
and presenting it the way I know that it should be because kindness always wins and goodness and love and fun and joy. And you still keep showing up from that perspective of your own way of doing it. Doesn't change that I still wanted you to get it. It just has been illuminated that I realize you're not getting it and you don't want it from my words. You don't want it from my actions. You don't want it from my table. So now you
Yeah.
decide where you want to be. I don't want you at my table. Not right now, maybe another time. But because you want to be at my table right now, because you got whatever going on with what you got going on, doesn't mean that I don't love you. It
Yeah.
means that you're not going to have a temper tantrum at the foot of my table, like I bet the child in the crumbs, spin the table. Everybody got to know their place. And what's their place? In their own skin, being comfortable there, not putting things out there that hurts other people. That's their place. So if
Are
you're going to
you
come into
like,
my
would you
place,
be,
into my kingdom of my own self, and me opening my heart as a doorway to the inside of me to either reciprocate love or reciprocate fuckery, and you have reciprocated fuckery time and time again, fuck off. How about that?
yeah,
Oh,
I
wait,
don't
I'm not being
like,
very
I
Christian
don't,
when I say that, am I? Oh, well, guess what? On another level, I don't give any fucks and feel no fucking ways
like,
about it. And you want to know why? Because I've
I
lived
feel
that,
like
and I've
Jesus would
tried.
say,
I've
fuck off.
tried to give them the benefit of the
I
doubt,
feel
and guess
like
what they did?
Jesus
The
would very much
same
say,
thing. Well,
fuck off. He
that's
flipped
between
tables.
you and Jesus. That's between you
He
and
flipped
Jesus. What's going on
tables.
between me and
He
Jesus is
flipped the
Jesus is
fucking
telling me
tables.
no matter what, that's right. And no matter what happens when somebody is professing to be a leader of the little sheep that are attempting to heal, me being one of them, and you come tell me to fucking mute myself. Oh, wait, you didn't say mute yourself exactly, but whatever. But the little minions are saying, oh, and you're taking the light away from what? From what? Your light? And you want to speckle it all out here and speckle it all out there, but at the same time, you want to tell me, you want to point a finger at me like something's going wrong with me? You can't just enjoy your light? Get off of me.
Mm.
I don't care who you are.
Well, that's self-compassion.
Thank you. And I worked really hard to get here. So this is, you're seeing a pivot and you're seeing it going from the toppest to the bottomest.
And you know, I love Jesus. I think he was a rad dude, but I think one of the aspects that Jesus did not necessarily take into account was his own safety.
That had
and
to
his
happen.
own worth.
It had
and
to
his
happen
own love.
because that's how people learn, okay? Sometimes, unfortunately. And that is unfortunately the route that I've been given in this perspective of life from myself, is that when people harm me, they learn from that shit when it's over with because of how I have to survive it. So that is between them and the creator. That is not my issue.
I think some people don't learn because they live in a sense of
That's
denial where they have like
they won't make the
they
pivot.
they won't take accountability for it. But it's almost like what like ICE is doing to even like verifiable citizens of this
Yeah, sad.
this
That's
country.
exactly what I'm about.
Like they will put the knee on the back and they will pull somebody out of a protest and put them in a place where they're not supposed to be, and people will be like, well, it's not happening to me, so why do I even have to take account into it? Well, at some point in time, like, you're not an exception. That could also happen to you. So that's why you stand up for it. It's the same thing like Jesus wasn't an exception. He wasn't like this is just one person who's doing one thing on one path and that won't touch me. Whatever happens to somebody else can also happen to you. That suffering that Jesus went through, that suffering that even that immigrant who's on asylum waiting for citizenship could have also happened to you 100 years ago. That's why you stand up for it. Like, that's why you stand up for somebody who's being persecuted, because that's you. That could be you.
That's right.
That could even be you in your next incarnation. And
Yeah,
wouldn't you
if
want
people
somebody to stand up for you? Wouldn't you want
yeah,
somebody to give you grace? Wouldn't you want somebody to give your daughter or your son grace for their fuck ups? That's how I see it. I don't have to go through that level of suffering to be like, okay, well, I have to go through that level of suffering in order to know what it feels like. I can imagine
you know how
it.
sad it is for a human being to be the age that I am as an adult and have only learned my life through suffering. to have to decide what's not suffering and live it that way because I know better, but the majority of my life has been suffering. So I recognize that shit. Now I recognize suffering when it comes near me. And I'm like, no, not anymore. And
What
it's not, I
about if
always
it's
give
a
everyone
level
the
of
benefit of the doubt
suffering
more than
that's
I'm supposed to, but I do because I know that I can't live with myself if I don't give them everything that I know in every avenue to open it up to say, let's figure this out. When I feel devalued and what mainly tried to be silenced, but when I feel devalued about what I'm bringing to the table, I am done because I know what is going on planet Earth and what I bring to the table is valuable. And it's not from just because I learned it in a book. It's because I actually lived it and I learned from books. But not only that,
mm-hmm.
my heart underneath it, that has been the thread that kept me through this because when my heart turned where I could have just easily went to the other side, Kill Bill style, volume 1 and 2, I was like, in order for me to overcome what happened in any of my past lives, air quotes, past lives, if I believe that way, I have to
Yeah.
stand in my meekness in this one. I have to understand that whatever's telling me that I have to feel this shit in my flesh, I have to change my mindset about the way I think about it. And I have to have my heart where it don't feel like it's being tightened down like a in a wraps of a python. I have to get rid of Jezebels that want to come in and tell me that I can't spread my message because I know that it's a message that needs to be spread, but they want to stop it because they riddled with the spirit of Jezebel because they don't want to go in and face their own parasites. They got to get out of my table. I don't want them in my table. I surrender them to the universe just like I had to do my children. And if they want to stand, they can do it, but it's going to come from something inside of themselves. It's not going to come from something they're trying to get from somebody else when they want to shit
Yeah.
on what's coming from somebody else. So they got to figure it out. They got to, put the big girl and big boy panties on and say, I know that this person is so good that they're sending me compassion. They're saying, look, I believe in you and I want you to get it. And if you want to come sit by me, you're welcome to do that. But you're not going to discredit me, discount me, try to silence me, try to take over a show that ain't even fucking
Especially
yours
as a
to take
woman.
over. I'm done with
Especially
that
as a
shit.
woman. It's different. It's very different. It's very different being a white straight male than a white straight woman.
Well, let
And
me
it's
put
very
this in
different.
perspective. A white woman has not been vice president or president. Okay. We had in the way that they want to talk about a white man, black woman, and here's a white woman. They ain't ever had a white woman, but I'm going to be in my own house getting silenced by the white man or the white woman.
I would just
I'm not doing it.
I would just love if we could I want us to recognize the systemic systems in place for certain melanin, but I would love if we could just focus on the woman and the man aspect of it, irregardless of the cultures that we come from. You know, it
Yeah, the skin color
being a
makes
woman
absolutely no difference, and it's repulsive when people do that.
like well you know like black women didn't even have the right to vote until the late 1960s. That's a fact.
Women either.
It took a lot of women who were standing up for the rights of women to get us there, but because you're a certain shade it took a little bit longer. We have to acknowledge that, but also have to acknowledge the fact between the oppression of men and the oppression of women outside of culture, but also recognize that culture does systemically play a part in it's a delicate balance. But when people say to me, like, I think women and men are equal, like whether it's coming from any race, I'm like, are you serious? like that is very
True.
much a stance. Like I personally, when I look at people, as far as my safety goes, um, when I look at people, it's not a matter of their skin color. It's a matter of whether they can physically overpower me. That's it. That's it. I don't, like, there's some women that can overpower me. and I've sat down in submission and just been like, you know what? If you want to beat me to a pulp, there's nothing I can do about it. I've been in that position with
Nothing to do
two
about it. I
women.
don't have to be there. I
I've
done
been in
been
that
there.
position with men. I've been in that position with bosses, men and women, and all these sort of power structures and whatever. And I think we have to look at the power structures that are systemically in place for men, for people of a certain race. I think we have to acknowledge these things, because even just like a man yelling at me will have a different impact on me than a woman yelling at me.
Yeah.
Like,
And
that's just the
they
reality of
don't
it.
realize their power. They don't realize how powerful they
No.
are. And that's the sad part to me.
But that's when we have to recognize our privilege because of the shade of our color, or because of our physical stature, or because of systemic systems in place. And the systemic systems in place in America were designed to favor white men and power.
Unfortunately.
That's it. And if you are a person of European descent and you're standing there going, I don't have any privilege, then you have not taken the time to listen to the stories of other people who were trafficked into this country, who do not have the same kind of privilege. And that's okay if you don't get it. Like, if you don't get it, if you don't understand it, if it's not something you want to face, that's fine. But once you start attacking me for saying, hey, take a look at this, like, look at this flower, and you start harming me for that, I know that I'm not safe with you.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean that I'm saying you're a bad person. It doesn't mean that I'm saying you're an evil person. I'm just saying you're an ignorant person. And you're
Ignorance.
ignorant of your privilege. You're ignorant of history. You're ignorant of oppression, and that's fine. But you're not safe with me. And I can love you. I can love who you are and love all the aspects of you that has gotten to where you're at. But if you have not come to this level of understanding where if you're a white man, you can have a certain level of privilege and oppression that you're not aware of. If you're a white woman, even if you were in the depths of poverty and had to pull yourself up from nothing, your privilege is that you did not have to think about the color of your skin
That part.
whenever you walked in. And if you don't get that, that's fine. But if you're gonna like yell at me and tell me that I'm a shitty ass person and say that I'm fucked up because I disagree with you, then I recognize that you still have a level of ignorance, and I'm gonna give you compassion far away from me. You're not safe with me. If you don't understand that there's systemic privilege being a white man in America or being a white woman in America, irregardless of your socioeconomic status, and you're going to attack my personal character because of your ignorance, you're not safe with me. And I think that's the point that a lot of people don't get at. They feel safe at some certain times because somebody's complimenting them or validating them or whatever. But you have to also feel safe when you disagree with someone.
Did y'all see that squirrel? That squirrel's taunting her. I agree. And I really am grateful for the pivot that I made today in holding my boundary and feeling safe. So I feel great about it. And and another twist to that, plot twist for that shit, is the gaslighting. Like, suddenly now nothing is able to be used when the permission is granted. And at the same time, like, put
Do
out
you want to
there.
do you want to give me a personal call and tell me what happened?
Oh yeah, we'll definitely talk more. But what is
Okay.
put out there is the whole kicker of the illumination of what's happening on planet Earth, because secrets keep people sick, you know. And so if we
Mhm.
want to just sweep it under the rug
Reputation.
and act like it didn't happen, and then just keep it moving, and then I'm supposed to be like, oh no, oh, it didn't happen, it's fine. Then what does that say? I'm falling right back into that little mode of it's okay, victimize me. I'll help you keep it a secret.
But it's also perpetuating this societal curation that a certain group of people are allowed to control the narrative.
That part.
I don't care whether it's Republicans or liberals or whites and blacks or Latinos and
For
Indians.
content
I don't
creators,
care what it is. But the fact
mom and
is
dad.
that whatever you put out there is a state of that reality in that moment of where you're at. And you have to take accountability for that.
Yeah.
Whether you're PMSing, whether you're dealing with systemic issues,
People
or you're having
pleasing.
a bad day, or whatever, like, there's nothing wrong with us showing the underside of our bellies.
Mm-hmm.
And so many of us in this new age, and for us who grew up without social media and then had social media, there's this sort of swing of, I need to curate everything that's being seen so that I'm being seen this way and this narrative is this way. And then there's this other group of us who's like, I don't fucking care. Like, you see me raw, I've been raw on the streets this whole entire time, and you get to decide whether you want to be in my life or not. And a lot of people do not, especially abusers, mind you, will delete messages from people that care about them, and will delete posts, and will delete things that make them look a certain way. Just be however you're being in that moment. Let, like, trust other people to make the decision how they see you, and if they like you or if they don't like you, that's life.
Yeah.
Why do you fucking care so much? Why do you want somebody else writing your fucking story?
That's the one. And people pleasing only does that, and it just furthers that. And so thinking that somebody's got a narrative of their own and they want to put it out there and make it shine, and you jump on board with their narrative just because you have some kind of weird connection in some sort of way, that's not my issue. That's not my issue. So take that shit and keep it right over there. I'm gonna stay right here with Jenny Lane and this dog, enjoying this
I
Midwestern
would
day.
you know what? There have been times where I have been, like, quote unquote, like, out of lane, or however you like, out of my lane. Personally, I've felt a certain way or been a certain way, or have had things going on in my life or pain that is just pushing me at my limits, where I'm just out of sorts. And if somebody else wants to put that into a frame and define me as that one moment, they're allowed to.
You
They're
know?
totally allowed to.
And you
But
know what else frame is? When
I don't
somebody puts it
want
in one
people like
frame
that
and
in
it's
my
not.
life.
It's been in, but yeah, when it's been like constantly a constant thing, but nobody knows except the underlying thing that's going. And you're like, I'm gonna keep hoping that it ain't this way. I'm gonna keep hoping that it ain't this way. But it gets so loud that it's like in your face, and I'm like, received, message received, heard, you
But
know?
I mean, like, that's every person that's trying to get out of an abusive relationship, really.
Yes, yes, yep.
You know, like, it's really just It's really just a matter of perception and what what you're willing to tolerate and what you're willing to perpetuate. And me personally, if I feel like harm is involved, even if it isn't about me, um, I will take a stance. If I feel like the underdog is being pig piled upon, I will intervene. I really do not care what costume somebody else wants to put me in. If they want to put me in a red hat, if they want me to me for me to be in a corset, or I don't give a shit. What matters to me is if somebody is, even if like for instance, you and I both, I know from outside sources that you and I both had somebody tell us that we were fake.
Mm-hmm.
And you and I both reacted differently to that perception. But how you deal with that perception and how I deal with that perception is really our own paths. I don't know what weighs heavy on you. I don't know what doesn't weigh heavy on you. I don't know what allows you to feel lighter and feel more free. That's really only something you can have an intimate conversation with in your heart. That's it.
Well,
Um,
let's just say I'm not no Mr. or Mrs. Potato Head, okay?
Mr. Potato Head and a bucket of fun. I
Yeah.
just like,
You've
you
seen
know
Toy
what?
Story. I know you have.
When I heard that somebody else also called you fake, I was like, okay.
You
Like
know, I have another video I haven't
I
posted
have
it too. Somebody
ample,
calling me
I have
crazy.
I have ample evidence. I have ample evidence of this person lashing out every single time somebody tries to just tuck into their belief system and they go for the knife in the heart. And when I learned that that was something that you also experienced, it was one thing if I experienced it and I can deal with it and I can function with it, but it's another thing if somebody else is getting that. And even if you got an apology, I don't fucking care. I don't want anything to do with that fucking person. I
I
don't
heard
fucking
that.
care.
I'm
I
done.
don't
That's why
fucking
it's
care.
too late to
I have enough.
apologize.
I
It's
have
too
enough.
late.
I have enough of white men. I don't care whether their orientation, whether they're gay, straight, bisexual, transsexual, they love dolphins. I don't fucking care. I've had enough of white men calling women this, that, or the other thing in order for them to have clout. I'm done. I'm
Yeah.
done. I'm going to always stand in solidarity of the oppressor. Even if
Uh,
I'm not actually being
oppressed.
oppressed because of my skin color or whatever, I don't fucking care. If I see somebody else oppressed or their
In solidarity
existence
of the oppressed.
unjustified because of where they came from or how they were birthed or their genitals, fuck off. I don't care how much of, I don't care if you went to fucking Harvard or are in it like the best at business or whatever the fuck you are an expert at. If you feel the need to cut down somebody else because your defense, because your need to be right in a defense, your only option is to put a sword through somebody else to silence them. Nah, I like I'm done. I would like to say that I treat men and women equal, but women have been on the receiving end of oppression for thousands of years, and I don't care what color you are. Like, if you are on some kind of power trip because of the size of your penis, or need to be coddled because your penis is smaller than the average,
Yes, sir.
I bye. Like, especially with white men. Sorry. Like, I had a whole
Jesus,
conversation with
especially
somebody.
with white men, I cannot
I
with
I
you.
had I had a whole conversation with somebody who's very respected within this community. I will not reveal their gender, but they opened up their live, and they were talking about how, like, hierarchy exists and spiritual hierarchy exists, and I finally said, "Well, who is at the top of the hierarchy?" And this person refused these two people who, like, it's a mentor and somebody else who coaches all the time and says that they have credentials and all this stuff. Like, I was like, so who is at the top of the spiritual hierarchy? And they're like, and I was giving these examples of, like, what it is in America and all this stuff, and they refused to acknowledge the fact that white men with penises are at the top of this capitalistic slash spiritualistic society. You can talk about all the characteristics that involve these sorts of people, but if you don't want to recognize who's actually at the top of it and how we can change it, then that's fine. But when I called that out, I was called racist. I was called sexist. I was called the person who was oppressing other people. I'm sorry. A white woman who was not born of generational wealth is not going to be the person who's oppressing white men with penises. I mean, take a look at who are all of the fucking billionaires right now. Do you
Well, the
see black
majority of
men?
the men that abused
Do you
me were
see
white men.
white?
So, just
Yeah,
saying.
white men with penises. And I say penises because
They're funny.
sometimes white men can chop their penises off and become women. And whatever, that's fine. But I say white men with penises because for the past thousands of years, lighter men with penises have been the one who have been the oppressors. It doesn't mean that I see all men like that as somebody who's going to harm me, but the majority of people that have harmed me have been white women or white men. And that's
Yes.
just because of the systemic privilege and power that has been given and written into the laws by people like you and me, and people like men that have money. I'm not going to discount that, and I'm not going to, like, pretend that that doesn't fucking happen because it's going to harm the white fragility of people. I'm just not. I'm not going to do that because that's,
White
like, just
fragility.
take a look at who's in power. Take a look at
The
who's in
white
power.
fragility.
Take a look at who's in power, and it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to be like, hey, I recognize what's going. It doesn't mean that you're lesser of a person. It just means that you're willing to acknowledge what's going on, whether that's a power imbalance between a man or a woman, or a power imbalance between a woman and a woman because we're in different cultures, because there's different histories between us. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't make me a lesser of a person. It doesn't mean that I'm stupid. It just means that I'm recognizing the history that exists, and I'm not willing to be blind to the fact that there are power imbalances because of people that have been in place. That's it. Look at the people in fucking England. What the fuck is that king or that duke or whatever who was on the Epstein list and all this shit? And he's just, like, renouncing his dukeship or whatever because he did nasty shit with underage girls. Like, just because you have power doesn't mean, like, if we are silenced by the people that are in power, and we continue to hold that silence without confronting it, whether it's in an abusive relationship or a friendship or whatever, and we don't face it and go, this is how I'm feeling, this is what I don't want. You could fucking block me all you want, but I'm going to use my voice to
Thank you,
tell
in
you
fact.
what the
Thank
fuck
you,
is
in
going
fact.
on.
Yeah.
Like, I like, if I'm not, if I'm like, there's one thing if somebody else wants to silence me. If somebody else wants to block me for having a certain feeling or opinion, that's fine. But if I leave the door open and I silence myself without allowing myself to have the meeting of conflict, then I'm doing a disjustice to myself. That's how I feel about conflict. If I'm silencing myself, I'm letting the whole system that has been in place continue, and I will not
You know
allow
what's
that.
sad is trying to, not trying ain't doing something, but trying, because it ain't doing, because you want to, but
Yeah.
you're unable to because you are already aware. And just today was the perfect example of how unsafe it would have been to open up. And that is me being silenced again, to not be able to say, hey, this really bothered me, what happened at this moment in time. I wasn't able to say it. Otherwise, I would have. But I knew that I couldn't. And I've mulled it
I
and
really
gone over it and
wanted
prayed
it to
about it and hit my knees
happen.
about it. And
I'd like I still want it to happen, to be honest with you. I don't know
what to
how
happen?
it
Oh,
could
that.
happen. Yeah.
Well, I'm not opposed to things happening, but I know that right now in this time space reality, there's a lot of work to be done before I will open myself up to anybody that hasn't done it and they fucking figure out a way to make themselves justified. So until that part
But
is
you can
healed, I'm
open
good.
yourself, but you can open yourself up, and if like for me personally, like for instance, you know what's going on with my friend. Okay. So, like, I know my friend's spouse is on TikTok. So, if my friend's spouse happened to come into this place and want to speak his quote unquote piece, you would be there um, as a neutral sort of party to it. That
Me?
would, yeah, you.
I just think that that is another boundary that I would not cross. I would not have anybody come from outside and come in. Now, if somebody I met on TikTok, all day long, because that's what this playground is about. But if in your case, I highly would not recommend doing that shit. I would not do that at
But
all.
I would trust that you would know like when to say what you needed to say and when to say what you needed to say. I trust you. Like I would trust that you would value
I
my
appreciate that.
relationship with
I would want the
my
best for
friend.
sure. Yep.
Yeah, I would trust that. And I think that like that's the difference. I feel like some people don't want to um I think some people just want to be like, fuck this, it's all out, and just like edit it. Like my mother. Like she wants to just edit my father out of her whole life, which also includes memories of me. Um,
Yeah, I
but
had to go through that too.
I would much rather my mother like sat with those things and was like, okay, here's somebody else, me, who has has a different view of it and wants to maintain these things and wants these memories with you. Like I feel like we have to sort of open the door to see where somebody's going to go so that we can recognize where they're at.
Yeah,
As with this
if
person.
somebody is in a position internally and strong enough and healed enough, and I don't have time for no fuckery outside of what I got with my babies right now. So I don't give a
I
fuck who
get
wants to
it.
knock on the door with their bullshit and think that it's time to fucking face me and deal with shit or whatever. And either whether if it's good or whether if it ain't
I mean,
good,
that's up to
I feel
you.
that way.
Like,
I am
I
not
like
doing that shit.
I can only view from this perspective as a human being and know that whatever's going on with this specific person, I know that you like from my perspective, I feel like you can handle it, like compared to what
Yeah,
is going on. But
yeah. I'm
whether
not
or
worried
not
about that part.
it's worth
I don't want
for
to.
you to
I don't
continue
want
the
to handle
road
some
or
shit that
not
ain't,
is up to you.
timely for me. Yeah, if it's not in my time to
It's
handle
not
shit that
about being worried, it's just a
can
matter.
never happen. I'm gonna keep on healing. I'm gonna keep on being happy. I'm gonna keep on, doing what keeps me safe until I get to the point where I don't attract that. I don't have to face that. None of that. That means absolutely nothing in the way of moving forward with the future because it's been known, it's known, it's people we meet on
No, I don't
TikTok. We
think it
want to have
does.
more. We want it to be more, but in the spirit world, that's where it counts. And so the seeds that get planted, you take what sometimes relationships end, sometimes pages gets closed, sometimes, do I want to continue on with this? It would take so much to
Hmm.
open up to trust that dynamic again that I'm not putting that kind of energy into anyone at this point in my life right now. Right now, I'm putting energy into my children and getting that relationship restored. So if somebody
Yeah.
comes to my table or if I'm at their table and they understand what horror that I have lived through and they still want to treat me like the warrior that I am, then you're going to face the warrior that I am. It's really that simple.
Only you knows that. Like only you knows that. That's it. Like only you knows what's worth your peace. And
Yeah.
as much as we're loving, compassionate people and we'd like to give everybody an opportunity and a grace like Jesus, um, we're human. We're not Jesus. And we have to um, recognize where we are care aware. And for me personally, if I open up vulnerably about something that is really affecting my life and I have the courage to put it on social media and nobody even cares to send me a message because that's really hard for me to do. That's not something that I normally do. Or to share with people within my inner circle about what's going on and I get no response to it. I just recognize it's just a superfluous um, relationship meant to maintain the reputation. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I totally agree. My neighbor's cutting grass, so I'm going to have to keep muting and unmuting, which is part of what I'm dealing
It's
with right
not
now.
even.
um,
It's just grass noise at this point.
can you
It's
hear
not
it?
even. It's
It's not
yeah, but
bad?
it's
Okay.
not
All
even
right.
a distraction. Nah,
Okay,
nah.
good. That's different then. So yeah, I totally agree with everything you said, and I'm really have gotten to a point now where I feel like every day when I wake up, it's not so heavy to think that I actually want to live. So I am really in a good place. I'm really in a good place right now.
Yeah, it really is about being care aware. Like you can't always invest all the care in the people that even you care deeply about. But let's say you have 5 people that you interact with on a semi daily basis. Okay? If you're always there for them when there's some crisis or whatever the fuck is going on with them, and you happen to be self-sustaining and can transmute, deal with your shit, and other people know that you can deal with their shit, and not even one person out of the 5 reaches out to you to see
Yeah,
if you're okay,
that.
you know
It's
where you're
like
at.
let's see if she survives it.
Like there's some
Let's her
relationships that are really
flounder.
just for show,
Yep.
unfortunately.
I know, it's unfortunate.
But I personally know who mute shit on my own. But I personally know who cares enough to send me a 2-word message. You okay? Question mark.
Yep. Yep.
And who doesn't give a shit? And there's some people that will be like behind closed doors, they'll be like, "Are you okay?" Right? But then they'll go on a live and they'll make sure that everybody around them knows that you were the one who reached out to let them know that, like, you were the one who helped them in their despair, and you were the one who was there when you were in their, you know what, the people who help the other people in their darkest, deepest hours do not need to tell other people that they were there for them in their darkest, deepest hours. They just
Or when they're
weren't.
in their darkest, deepest hour and they act as if they're going to have a reciprocated, like return the call or not return the call, but they were going to return the call and they don't return the call. And the person that is thinking that they can trust this person because they're in their darkest hour and they're just left abandoned and high and dry. Do I take it personal? You motherfucking right, I'm taking it personal. And guess what I'm going to do? I'm not going to trust you again. I'm done with that. That's it. You're
Yeah.
not going to get me to open up in my darkest hour and you act as if you're going to be there for me and then you just stand me up on calls. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Well, people have their lives. I give people grace for what they're going on with their life. Like, I
Of
don't
course.
expect, like, I just don't expect you, Tina, to be answering my calls whenever I'm, like, in the deepest, darkest shit. But I know that at some point in time, you're going to get to it and that you care. Like that's it. Like, even if you're going through your shit. But there's some people that are going through their shit and they make their shit the cream of the crop. Like, their shit
All over
is
the place. All over the
and
place.
has
Just
to
scattered.
be and has to be the number one priority.
Yeah. And
And
don't
they
want
will
to do the
make
word.
sure that other
It's tough. I
yeah,
get
that
it.
other people know. And if you sacrifice your time between this, that, and the other thing to help them, it's like those people who like see a homeless person on the street and they give them $10 and then they videotape themselves of doing it. Like, when you're participating in the act of kindness, there's there's no reward in it for you. You're doing the act of kindness, whether it's lightening somebody else's suffering or recognizing somebody else's suffering, with zero fucking expectations.
The
You
expectation
don't
part.
care.
That's the part. It's coming from this dynamic because I'm healing my stuff. And part of one of the things of healing from what I went through is what the word expectation. I've been having hell with that word for like a year now, because when I
Yeah.
am open to receive from somebody that's not healed to do reciprocation, but I think that it would have to be put under the word expectation if I'm expecting a reciprocated relationship, and then I learn that they're obviously not healed enough to have one, then I'm in trouble for having that expectation. And so I have to change
There's
the label
nothing
of
wrong with
expectation to
having the
trust that I'm
expectation.
trusting them.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with having the expectation, but when it comes to expectations, for me, it's I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And whatever somebody else does, um, I have to do my best to not allow that transaction to perpetuate my suffering. It was especially hard for me as a teacher because I was like, I would expect that my kids, my students would reach a certain level. But even if they didn't reach a certain level, if they reached something for themselves that gave them pride and trust and self assurance, then it has no effect on me. And if I'm the thing with expectations is that there's a level that I'm um, projecting on somebody else to reach, and if they don't reach it, then I'm disappointed in them, and that should have no bearing on who they are. Like if they want to have their own expectations, that's great. But if they're feeling some kind of guilt or shame or loop for whatever bar they set, that's on them. But if I set a bar for them and it's contingent upon how much I love them or how much I care for them or how much I show them attention or whatever, that's my fuck up.
Yeah.
That like and you don't want to sit in a world where you're like not expecting anything of anybody because that makes you feel like a shithead. You're like why would I not want to hope for the potential of somebody else? But you also have to recognize that that hope for potential for somebody else that you're seeing in them, they can't see it. And if they can't reach it and they're hoping that you give them some sort of validation for getting to it and they don't get it and they're feeling disappointed and shamed and guilty, then I'm just perpetuating harm. So it's more about I can have hope for where other people can get to, but I can also have hope that wherever they go, whatever path they take, they can get through. And I don't want their self worth, their self value, their self love being dependent upon some path that I've created for them. It has to be from them. That's it. And if I'm saying you need to go through this path that I macheted through, and if you don't, I'm going to be upset and mad and disappointed in you, then I'm perpetuating harm. It's up to them.
Yeah. The biggest thing in this whole thing from today, and this whole thing, if anybody listens to when and somebody listens to this whole thing, okay, is I surrender each person in my life. Like I was forced the energy from a child to not know because that was my mirroring. So I absorbed it as myself. But once I came to realize who I am and what my energy is, every single person outside of me that has the capability of healing or not healing and having their energies in their own self and their bodies, the temple of the Holy Spirit, I surrendered them to the Creator with every good level of energy possible for them to heal. I send them all good vibes and thoughts and compassion because I want them to heal. I want them to get it. What I
But
learned through
that's their
being,
path.
exactly. But what I learned through this whole entire thing about that is when I accept it for myself, that I take their work that they need to do. And I have done that. And I did it to the point
But
where
you
I
don't
got
have to do that. That's
my gavel has
ridiculous.
swung that it is finished. That I no longer
You
I
don't
have
have to
collected
be a
all the
judge.
data that I've needed to collect in order to transmute all the things that Tina Marie Hyatt is designed to transmute on planet Earth. I have collected that data, have started the process and almost finished with transmuting that. So anything from
Yeah,
this point on in my life, I am able to recognize if it's good for me or if it's not good for me. And I will act
that's
and
it.
behave accordingly,
That's
whether I
it.
will allow it
That's
or
it.
not allow it. And that's where I'm at.
But that's your path. You know, like you've recognized by experiencing the brambles, the thorns, the overgrown bullshit that you didn't necessarily have to go through, but you went through, and you took what you needed to get through it. Now there's somebody else who may like happenstance upon your path and be like, cool, like the thorns are already gone and I don't have to deal with the oversized rodents of unusual size or whatever on your path, and they'll jump on it. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they've learned the same lessons that you've learned. And the part for me that is difficult is when I share my story or share what I went through, and then somebody's like, I'm going to jump off this path that has already been cleared by you and go walk through the thorns. But what I've had to recognize is that my expectations of them having empathy or compassion or being able to understand what I've went through doesn't mean that they're going to learn from that. They may have to fall into the hole, even though the hole has a sign next to it that says, I lived here for 5 years in deep depression, and it took me so long to realize that there was a ladder that I could climb out from this hole, but you need to fall in the hole. Like, and I had to recognize my part in being a savior and going, what the fuck? Like, why are you asking me to put neosporin on your wounds after you've walked through a fucking like knife plants, and you're asking me to be here to tend to be the medic to your wounds, even though I've said, hey, look out for that fucking shit. But you know what? People have to, like, that's my problem. My problem is watching other people walk through the thorns, fall through the holes, go into the quicksand, drive off the cliffs. The only thing I can control is my reaction to how they walk on the path. Like, if I've walked through the path with a machete and cut through and gone through the neosporin and gone through the falling down the hole and getting up and all this stuff, and somebody doesn't recognize it, let them fucking drive off the cliff. Let them fucking go. And that seems so fucking cruel. It, like, for me, it seems so cruel to be like, I see you walking through the garden of knives, and there's nothing I can do, but I see you driving off the cliff, and it's not cruel. It's allowing other people to experience a level of suffering that they cannot do by experiencing somebody else's story. And if other people do not have the level of empathy and compassion, when somebody says, you know, I cut myself for 10 years because I needed to show somebody else how much pain I was in, if they can't feel that, then they have to go through it. And if I do that for them, then I'm doing a disservice to them.
Yeah, and I sometimes just don't have things in common with people. Sometimes we just don't have anything in common. I'm kidding.
I think
But that's true.
I think we all have suffering in common, but I think we turn it into this like fucking competition. And it doesn't have to be a competition. It doesn't have to be, well, I got through it and you should get through it. You know, it's like people are all dealing with their validation to be accepted as a human being by being accepted by other people, however they do it. But I think the hardest part is recognizing when um, to have a level of compassion and empathy for where they're at, but but not feeding into their, how do I put this? Not feeding into their calcification of needing to have an identity of whatever it is to be who they are. It's a getting rid of expectations in general. And people don't want to do that because they think, oh well, I'm not goal orientated, I'm not ambitious or whatever. But expectations in yourself or other people just lead to suffering. It's how you deal with other people's expectations on the other side of it, or your expectations, or whatever standard bars people are putting up. Like, throw them all away. It doesn't fucking matter. It does not fucking matter.
I totally agree. And I feel really good about this. And I feel like this day was coming and the pivot is here. And I'm going to stand in my truth and the facts. And my battery thing just clicked that my battery's on low power mode now. But yeah, we'll talk and I'll fill in the gaps for sure. But I
Time to
just,
go to Walmart.
yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to Walmart. I might just go watch me. It's so beautiful out here that I don't know.
Just
But I just want
enjoy
to
the
be talking
sun.
with coffee.
But
But
listen, you
yeah,
can call me anytime and let me know what's going on. I like that. That's the one thing that I hope the people that trust me and love me will do. Will just tell me the fucking truth of what's going on. Like, that's it. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want with your life. Like, it's your life. I can't walk it. I can't cut the thorns for you. I can't push you aside for you to avoid the holes. But just fucking tell me what's going on, so that I can be like, hey, this is what I see. That's it. And if you don't tell me what's going on, then there's nothing I can do to help. And I know that's hard for so many people to express the actual reality of life and have somebody be like, I love you regardless. But the only way you can do that is by doing it. You're never going to know who's going to accept you for wherever the fuck you at unless you tell people where you at. That's it.
yeah, I agree. I'm doing really good today. I'm really well. I feel like I'm standing in my power and my truth, and I'm going to keep working forward with it and
I'm
keep
proud of
being
you.
honest with myself and everybody around me and making my own judgment calls and living with my mistakes if I make them with my judgment calls, and praying for the grace that I pray that I give to others, because I know that there are so many times about giving grace, and I do, and that's the one thing that keeps me focused on that I know I'm a good person, is because I know that I do give grace. And I know that when that level is over the edge, that I have to give grace to myself, and that's where I am. Thank you, Teresa. So I love you and I appreciate you and I love you. 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 I love you.
Go enjoy your day. Go enjoy
Yeah,
your day.
I am. It's beautiful
And
here.
thank you. I love
Nice
you.
pivot in the
Thank you.
nice pivot in the solar system.
It was so beautiful to see you to see you online and to be able to to share my heart and hope that, I
This
just,
wouldn't have happened if you wouldn't have been here for me. Like if this wouldn't have if it wouldn't have been you and I on here, and I wouldn't have been on here that long. But the fact that you and I were on here, and I only would that because people requested it, but I only opened for you because I knew what I was getting myself into, and that's what happened. And because I felt safe, I was able to stand in my truth and not be swayed by peer pressure to, allow some other body on the panel or whatever. So I'm not ready for that. I just didn't want that today.
I
And it was
just,
taken personally. The big thing about don't take things personally, the big four
right.
agreement thing. And then it's taken personally. Well, now it's personal because the teeter totter that I was on of making a decision about how I wanted to handle it, my intuition was right on with allowing that shit and sticking to what I did because the truth just wah showed itself today.
Well,
Could have gone a different way.
when
Could have gone a different way.
when you don't like the reality shows up when when you when you express your boundaries, right? So for me, boundaries are have nothing to do about like me making rules for how you need to behave. They're lines for me to feel safe and loved and just safe and loved. That's it. And if you cross them and I don't do anything about it, then I need to reflect upon like why am I even doing this? Why am I not standing up for myself? I think a lot of people establish boundaries to control other people. They're straight up rules, and that I don't think that's what boundaries are about. I may have a, a different level of boundary that you do, but it all comes back to trust. It comes back to I what I would do in this situation is not pertinent. It's me trusting that you need to do what you need to do in this situation for you to understand whether or not you're safe with this person. And a lot of times people don't set up boundaries for themselves, not rules, but lines like, hey, if you cross this, then I get to see who you are. A lot of people set up boundaries and then they learn where someone else is at. So if somebody else cannot respect what you need and how you feel in this specific moment because they need for conflict to be resolved or for things to be fixed or for this to be perceived a certain way, then they'll just be like, you don't exist to me. Block. Bye. And that's when you really get to see how somebody is willing or not willing to meet you wherever your feelings are at. Some people are not comfortable with are so uncomfortable with you feeling uncomfortable that they're willing to just pretend like you don't exist.
Yeah, and that is the single one of the single core wounds for me is somebody
Yeah.
invalidating me like I don't exist. Like just they'll do whatever and then they can hurt me or whatever and then it's like nope, well, I don't have any feelings, I don't have any thoughts,
Especially,
I'm not worthy. Uh, all of that makes that when that outer
mm-hmm,
mirroring comes to me and my inner says, whoa, I remember that feeling. And then I have to assess it as an adult. What just happened? Who just did that? What's the point? Look around at the rest of the things that I know about the dynamic
yeah.
and then make an informed decision about how I want to move forward with that relationship. And that's
It's all you
healthy.
can do in that moment.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that you can't change your mind. It doesn't mean that you can't decide something different. But the scariest part for me was when I found my voice to express my anger, to express my feelings of upset, to express to somebody else how their actions affected me in complete and utter naked vulnerability. And they were like, fuck you, block. But then I learned I need to have people around me who are willing to sit in their own uncomfortability and compassion. If you cannot sit in the fact that something that you might have done has affected me in a way that I'm still working through, and you can't sit with that, then essentially I know I'm not safe with you. If I've had the bravery to be completely vulnerable to you about how I'm feeling and how your actions have affected me, and you don't give a fuck, if I don't take that into account and put it in my logbook, then how much do I actually love myself? I can block you 10 ways till Sunday, but I'm just going to repeat the same fucking patterns. Anytime I go to somebody and express my vulnerability and say, hey, this shit hurt, and they go, fuck you, that's not my fault, that's your fault, and I block them, I'm not doing any service to myself. I'm just going, hey, every time I express my vulnerability and my feelings and nobody receives it, then I can just put up a wall if they don't receive it and just pretend like it was never received. No, I need to recognize the fact that that shit was not received by another human being. And I need to put that in my book so that next time when I come and do the same thing, if they're going to withdraw their love or silent treat me or stonewall me or not come to me like an adult human being and talk to me about how they're feeling in a way where we're both understanding, you're not safe with me. And if I block you, I'm not getting the full extent of the harm that you can do to me. I'm just putting up a dam. That can be washed away by the next conflict or whatever. If you cannot handle conflict with me when we disagree or when our feelings are hurt, you are not safe with me. And I do not want you in my life. And I'm going to leave that fucking dam open for as long as it needs to be damned open for me to figure out who the fuck you are. Because if you're blocking me, I'm done. I'm done. That's the same thing as my mother walking away from me anytime I express my feelings and giving me the silent treatment for a month.
I have more
That was
respect
blocking
for somebody
before
who
blocking
blocks
happened.
me than that sits around lurching. But here's that thing you said earlier, which is
I
true.
don't.
I
It's
do
bullshit.
because if I make the decision to block
Cowardly.
somebody, I'm done. I don't do that unless I know for sure I'm done. But when somebody blocks me and I know that I have tolerated their shit and they have enough couth about themselves to block themselves, respected. But here's the kicker: when they unblock so that they can come peekaboo, you know, and then it's like block, unblock. That it's the power
But
trip
the
of the
but the thing
block.
is that like yeah, technologically it's very easy to press a button and just be like, you don't exist in my world,
Yeah.
because the outside world does it for you. But the thing is that I don't know, like if some people maybe say like Jenny are a masochist or whatever. I frankly I would rather feel the pain. Like I would rather somebody kept me unblocked and let me know how they're feeling than keep me behind some kind of technological wall that it just feels like a marshmallow protection. It's because they don't have the fortitude in themselves. This is why I don't block a lot of people, because it's sort of like, if you're in an abusive relationship, right? And you're trying to gather data of somebody being harmful to you so you can go to the police. You don't block them. You keep it open. It doesn't mean that you have to respond to it. It doesn't mean that you have to react to it. It may affect you, but you're gathering evidence that you can bring to somebody else to go, hey, I need a protection order against this person. Because a lot of people, when you don't respond to them, will escalate and escalate and escalate, and you can see the truth of them. But there's a lot of people out there who will just like block because they don't want to face the reality of who this person is. Or they don't want to face the reality of who you are if you don't block them. You gotta ride it out. I'm not saying like if somebody's, threatening you violently, or you're in danger, to not block them. It's the same thing like if somebody's in the middle of a fight on a train, like, and you know that you can't stop it, like, don't put yourself in the middle of it, like, walk away from it. You can walk away from it without a fucking button. But sometimes leaving it open gives you more evidence for you to realize how much harm this person is doing than you putting up some kind of false matrix so that either you don't continue the harm with them or they don't continue the harm with you. You find out the truth without that line of technological barrier. You can mute them. You can mute them in your mind. You can mute them technologically, but when you block them, and a lot of people will unblock to find out what the fuck is going on, and that's not even a real block. That's just
I know.
that's just
That's
you
what I'm
not
saying.
that's
Then once
just
that
you
happens,
not
it's like,
dealing with
then just
conflict.
open it up
Just
and you'll
fucking
see they're just
conflict it
sitting
out.
there. Then you get to block them. It's fucking crazy.
Just conflict it the fuck out. Like it just, I don't know. It just seems like if you got a problem with somebody, send them a message. Send them a message. And if it doesn't work,
I'm gonna
it
tell you
doesn't
what I
work.
do. I literally type an email, like an air typing, to the creator, and I say, "Thank you, Father, for loving me. I know you saw what just happened. I don't know how to handle it, but you do. I'm gonna wait this out. Period. Thank you, sincerely, Tina." Then I go it over, feel it, go through it, weigh it out. If it comes up again, I type another email. Okay, you see, this is still happening. I'm still trusting. I still know what to do. Here it comes up. That's what I do. I surrender people outside of me that treat me that way to the creator. If I have to talk to them and I feel safe enough to do so, I would much rather do that, because that's what the Bible says to do. It says go to the person. But if somebody
Do
is
you have the
such a
same
bully
trust in the
mentality,
creator that you do in yourself?
well, that's the pivot. For me to say to myself that I am one with the creator, that the creator has this energy in me to trust myself, believe in myself, believing in oneself and trusting oneself and talking to oneself good and compassion, that creates serotonin in the brain. So when I
Yeah, it's
told
like having a parent
yeah, when
who
I
does
told you
that.
that dude took
Yeah.
my antidepressants, I had postpartum depression. My serotonin, all that was depleted. And he took the medicine that they gave me to help me get through it when I had small children to take care of. Okay, I've been through some shit. I've been through enough now that I can recognize when my serotonin is being pulled on from some adult ass person that needs to do some work on themselves. And so when I put myself in the situation where I have to ask the creator, I have the big girl panties on now that says, what have you learned? What have you pulled together?
Oh,
How are you
I feel
feeling?
you,
How do
sister.
you
I
apply this?
just, I'm agnostic. So I just personally don't want you to be pulled on by some creator who's telling you to have the serotonin. I want you to
My
have
creator
that
created me with
creator
serotonin.
as a backup. So you know that you have it. You know that you need to take it or not take it. That's up to you.
I need
And
to
then you
believe
just
in
have it.
myself. Believing in
Yeah,
yourself produces serotonin in the body.
it's like having a secure partner. It's like being loved and then having a secure partner who's like, fuck, I love everything about you. I love all your weirdnesses. I love all your flaws and all that shit. And it's just the icing on the cake. Whether it's a partner or the creator, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care where you outsource the shit that helps to support your scaffolding. But if your scaffolding is dependent upon a partner, a friend, the grocery bagger, or whatever the fuck it is, then it's always going to be outside of you. I just want people to have the be love itself. And then whatever else is outside of them is just the affirmation,
That's
the
right.
confirmation.
I call it the
That's it.
mirroring. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So
The
I
mirroring of
believe
the
that.
creator or of the squirrel outside or of your partner or of your friend who sees all the awesomeness in you. But if you cannot find that in yourself, you're always going to be vulnerable to somebody else's ideas of who you are and what your identity is. So you're all like, whether it's God or tree being or your spouse or whatever, it's always going to be dependent upon how they see you. You have to see yourself in a certain way, and then if you step up to the certain way that you see yourself in the mirror and it doesn't feel good to you or feel sick or whatever the fuck it is, then you have to sit in your own solitude and figure it the fuck out, because
That's right.
nobody's going to wave a magic fucking wand. There's no book that's going to tell you that you're good or that you're right or that you're righteous or that you're not suffering. How you feel in your own self when you're alone is what matters. How you talk to yourself in mind, how you talk to yourself in heart, it doesn't fucking matter. I can tell you, Tina, 3 ways till Sunday, every fucking day, that you're fucking awesome, that I admire you, that I'm proud of you. But if you don't fucking believe it, you're gonna be craving it like a junkie until you die. You have
Yeah,
to
because it
believe
will
it.
unalive you. That will
It
happen.
will.
Lack of serotonin over time will unalive you.
And there will be substances, and there will be things, and there will be like experiences and all this shit outside of you that defines you, and especially there will be people who are claiming to love you but are only sucking you dry of your basic soul essence so that they can feel puffed up and peacocked themselves, so that they can feel like they matter and that they have a like. The reality is that we don't even fucking know who our great grandparents are. I can't tell you the 4 sets of great grandparents' names that they fucking birthed me. I don't know. So what I do here, what I do in this reality is moment to moment. How I interact with you, how I interact with other people is what matters, because that's what they're gonna carry out into the world. If I'm a fucking asshole to you and I'm like, you're fake, Tina. Like, the shit that you're saying is fake. Like, you can either carry that with you, or because you're so fucking secure in yourself that when somebody else says that to you, you're like, huh, let me find out why somebody feels that way, or I don't fucking care. Like, that's what it is. It's really it's this weird convergence of realizing that you're no fucking self. You are absolutely nothing. You are nobody. And you will be absolutely forgotten in a nihilistic sense. But also recognizing that every fucking interaction you have with every single person on this planet in every single moment fucking matters. It's this weird ass dichotomy between recognizing that you're fucking awesome and you mean a lot to this world, and recognizing that you're nothing and you will be forgotten.
Unless you live for eternity, then you'll always be here like, see, bitches, I told you.
I don't need bitches to know that I told them.
Well, they won't exist, so they
All
won't be. They will be nor bitch,
yeah.
nor bitch.
No, my all I can hope for, Tina, is that whatever I do here, and I have trouble with it, I do, because there's sometimes where I'm like, you're a fucking asshole. Like, you don't realize how much you don't realize how special you are. You know, there's a lot of people that don't realize how much influence they have on the world
That's
and how
true.
much
That's the
it
sad
fucks
part.
up everything.
It
It
pains me.
fucks up everything.
That's what pains
You
me.
know,
I want everyone
but
to see
I
the value and beauty in themselves so that we can all come up with the vibration. To dip down in
but we
such a
can't
low when
teach
I'm
them
already
that
low.
shit. You can't teach
Exactly.
somebody that shit.
Exactly. And
Like,
so holding a
there are people
boundary
who are
is the
like, I
best that
write
I
a
can do,
whole
and
like,
I'm totally fine with
ugh.
that.
You can only show people. That's it. And for me, it's really just about kindness. And a lot of people don't like it. Like, a lot of people don't like it when other people are fucking cruel to me and I just treat them with kindness. A lot of people will be like, oh, look at how great you were. Even though you were cruel to this person who was treating with kindness, look at everything that you did. And they don't look at the person who's had to really like practice day by day to not submit to the emotional and physical violence of the world.
That part,
It,
the
it
meek
takes a
shall inherit
lot
the
of
earth.
fucking it takes a lot of fucking energy to not meet violence with violence. And it
It does.
seems like
It's a lot of surrendering.
the people who transmute the violence and they like you know, people have bad days and they say nasty shit and they treat other people like emotional dumpsters, and then they recognize it. Other people are like, look at you, recognizing your awareness of your violence or whatever, but they don't recognize how much it takes for someone to be sitting there to not stab you for the fucking shit that you just said. Like, it doesn't mean that I don't respect myself. It doesn't mean that I'm defending my honor or my reputation or whatever. It just means that I am not going to allow your suffering and violence to be a part of my life and to affect everyone who chooses to love me, for me to perpetuate that violence. Do you know how, like, everybody says, you know, like, peace is, hey love, that peace is passive, that peace is not act, peace is so much, peace is so active. It's so active. It takes so much of a conscious effort. It takes so much of conscious awareness and loving kindness to not lash out and stab people who just want to fucking hurt you. Peace is very much active. Peace takes a lot of energy and a lot of compassion, and I don't think enough people actually want to care about that. They just think that it's just
Well, that's what we're
it's some
working on in
kind
the
of
pivot.
calm denial.
That's what's happening in the pivot. Is standing firm in the peace for it to pivot, for enough people to get the realization. And the ones that
Yeah.
still want to act froggy, they can jump, but they can jump in another pond. They're not going to jump in this one.
I want them to be froggy in the way that people in Portland are being froggy in the protests. It just it's that whole like somebody says that's disrespect, and I've expressed my feelings about this, and people have a hard time coming to grips with it. But if somebody disrespects me, that's not a reflection of me.
No,
That's
but
a
I don't want to
reflection
be
of
in an
where they're
environment with
at.
people, right? With people who are inconsiderate, because that's what disrespect is, being inconsiderate of another person. And so if
It's
I'm
not
not going to be,
caring about how somebody else
if I'm not going to be
feels.
considered, if my existence is not going to be considered, I don't need to be in an environment where I'm experiencing one-on-one, face-to-face inconsideration.
Yeah. And I respect myself enough and have enough self-compassion to walk away from that, to not even defend myself. I'm not going to defend or explain myself to somebody who has disrespect for me or doesn't understand who I am. Why am I proving myself to somebody who's consistently showing me disrespect as a human being? That's ridiculous. I respect myself enough to step away from a fucking situation where somebody wants to keep putting me down so that they can feel secure by making me insecure. Fuck that. I've done it enough. I've done it. I felt like my respect was contingent upon how other people respected me. Nah. Nah. Nope.
You sounded like Trinity just now. No.
Nah. It's like my love. Like I have a certain way that I need to be loved. But you can love me how I need to be loved, but I can be loved. I can straight up be loved from every soul of my being without anybody fucking around me. And if somebody else wants to love me in a way that I don't feel loved or that includes abuse, it's my responsibility to communicate and put into words how the fuck I need to be loved. And if it's not coming from them, bye, get the fuck out of my life. I can be loved myself. Fuck you. I don't have to wait for some Amazon overnight package of love. No, I don't. I got it in me. I got it cultivated in the wellspring of me. And everybody who accepts me for who I was, who I am, and who I will be at this moment in time and loves me that way, you're welcome. Otherwise, if I haven't expressed how I need to be loved or how I want to be loved, and I'm still like craving it or being like a junkie about how I want to be loved, then that's my fucking problem. Because I could do it myself. And everything else is just
You could do it
the
all by
beautiful
yourself. Let
icing.
me see you do it.
But I don't want to do it by
I was singing
myself.
that at work
Love
all
is,
day.
but like love is not just by ourselves. It's interbeing, but it has to be cultivated from our own heart. Otherwise, we're always reaching out like a junkie for somebody else to give it to us, and then expecting them to give it to us in a way that we think that they know how to give it. Like, everybody's love is fucking different. For me, love means freedom. It means like straight up freedom. But to other people, it may mean possession or whatever the fuck it means. I don't fucking care. But I gotta figure out what me loving me looks like. And then what me loving me looks like, I can teach other people what I need in order to feel safe. And that means trust. That means telling it to me straight. If you want to like lie in order to protect your reputation or what, I don't fucking care. I'm gonna accept you for who you are, even if you're a fucking asshole. I'm gonna accept you because I realized that if I had been born in your asshole place, I could have been an asshole too. But you have to recognize your asshole in order to change so that you're not putting your asshole on everybody else.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. That's what gets me the most, is when people have been around long enough to know what you have gone through and they still fucking act like they need to put more weight on you just to make you stronger. Well, bitch, I'm stronger. I'm
What
down.
the fuck?
I have made my decision. I'm trying to get to the beat.
I don't need more weight, motherfucker. I
Yeah,
don't need more lessons. My
I'm
pain
like,
is
right.
not
They're
my
gonna teach me a
purpose.
lesson.
Holy shit.
They showed me. I'm
Fuck
showed.
that. Yeah. It's like when people are like, well, I abused my child to teach them a lesson. Fuck you. You know what lesson you're teaching them? Violence. You're teaching them just to
Yup.
perpetuate violence. You're not teaching them to respect you. You're teaching them to fear you. Do you know how fucking easy it is for me to make other people fear me? I know how to make people fear me. I know how to be intimidating. I know how to fuck you up. I know how to cut you down. I just don't do it because that's fucking easy as fuck. Like making people fear me so they step in line. That's easy as fuck. Making people stand and recognize who you are by your actions, slow by slow, step by step, patience by patience. That is so much harder than just slapping the shit out of somebody. It's a different kind of understanding. I can make people fear me easily. I know what people's vulnerabilities are. I was raised by a master manipulator. I know exactly what to do, but I choose not to use my evil powers. I don't want to do that. I don't want people to fear me. I want people to
I
love
want
themselves.
relationship. Yeah.
I want people to, if they're upset, to face their conflicts. I know it's scary. I know it's scary to be uncomfortable. I know it's scary to have somebody upset with you. But what's more scary is not learning how to deal with conflict by ghosting somebody or blocking them, or not having the muscle memory of talking to somebody about how you're vulnerably feeling. If you keep blocking somebody, or you keep whooping them or slapping them into submission, whether it be by blocking or ghosting, you're not
Yeah,
you're not
demanding and
working.
bullying.
Yeah, you're not working through how to deal with how you're feeling. It's just another escapism. And I want people to face their feelings and face their uncomfortabilities and face their fears, so that we're not inheriting our parents' fears, so that we're not inheriting our parents' biases and racism and intolerance and hatred. But the only way we can do that is by standing face to face with somebody and knowing that they're not going to unalive us. They're not going to unalive us, most likely. You know what happens, but they're going to make us feel like shit. Somebody else is going to make us feel like shit while we work through it. But there's going to be somebody who sits with you in conflict and goes, I love you. I want to understand you. I want to understand what's going on with you so that this shit doesn't happen again. And you know what? It might take 40 years. It might take 50 years. But the only way you can find out is by not blocking people, by not ghosting people, by not silencing people, by not stonewalling people, by not using your quote unquote love as punishment, and stepping away and using it as some kind of fucking weapon, by standing up and going, this is how I'm feeling, this is what I need, can you face it? And if somebody else can't face it and they don't care, then you walk away. And that's the hardest part. Learning how to walk away when somebody doesn't care. Because other people would rather someone else fucking walk away so that they're not the bad guy. Well, guess what? You are in charge of your life. You can break up with anybody in any relationship at any point. You could be like, I don't like the fact that you pick your nails. And that could be it. You don't need a fucking reason for having somebody who's detrimental to your mental health. You don't need a fucking reason. You can just express to them how you feel, and that's that. And if they don't receive it, and they continually don't receive it, then you know where you're at, and you know that you're not safe, and that you know you need to find other people who you can be safe with. But the only way you can know that is if you're vulnerable enough to share your feelings with them. I'm tired of this castaway sort of relationships with people now. It's fucking bullshit. Just express how you need to feel. Then you'll find out. Then you can make a decision. Fucking trust yourself.
And can you imagine this, okay? Somebody in the vulnerable state of being that I have continuously expressed and been ostracized, tried to be, and treated like shit over my trauma, and expressing that and still having somebody come to my house, my table, and talk to me
Real
like
hard.
that. Like, are you serious? How in the hell would I ever expect to be vulnerable? So instead of me being able to just be vulnerable, just open, just be myself, I have to talk like I'm talking now, like a fucking gangster. You know, I got to put up that side to me because I got to defend myself because I feel unsafe in my own fucking house.
Well, don't allow somebody else to dictate how you
I'm
express your
just being
feelings.
illustrative of the fucking
No,
point.
I know. I
You know?
fucking done it. I've fucking done it my whole life.
Fuck,
I've
man.
let other people dictate how much I can express my upset and anger. They're perfectly fine with me expressing my gushy happiness, my joy, my love, my consideration, my thoughtfulness. But the minute I'm like, hey, that shit fucking hurt me. I'm upset. I'm angry. I'm hurt. I'm sad. It was like fucking throwing. I don't even know. It was like it
It was
was
like
just
a
bounce
partial
back.
person. It's like you're partially like you're having to keep the other part of yourself in a lockdown closet, like a vault
Yeah,
of sorts, because it's not safe to just be your whole self when your whole self is
yeah.
really a beautiful person.
But you know what? People get frustrated. People are going to get frustrated with me. People are going to get upset with me. People are going to get sad with me because I do things that I'm just trying to figure this life out too. But it's someone else's responsibility to express that to me so I know where they're at. That's it. And I can't be expected to tend to everybody else's fucking upset and hurt and fear and sadness. But then when I express it, it's like it's like I have typhoid and they run away or they withdraw their love or whatever. The older I get, the more I realize that the people who are in my life that I can express when their actions affect me and they can receive it and go, "Oh shit, like I didn't realize that I was doing this." Those are the safest people for me. Because everybody wants to be around happy, joyful, smiling Jenny. Everybody wants to be around that Jenny. But the minute you do something that really does affect me and affect my being, and you don't want to deal with it, like I'm oil in your water and we're opposite sides of the magnet, nothing is ever going to fucking change. It's not going to change. If I can't be expressive to you about the whole range of emotions that are affecting me and not just the positive ones. There's so many people like, I just want to, I want the happy Jenny. I don't want to come home to the unhappy Jenny. Well, guess what? There's going to be times, I'm a fucking human being. There's going to be times where I have pain, irregardless of what you're doing. I'm my own autonomous being that has my own feelings and my own pains and my own joys and my own loves. And if you can't be for that too, then what the fuck are you doing here? Yeah.
Well, I'm in a pivot today, and I knew it was coming, but it's definitely happening, and it's just going to get more bold.
Oh, good. I'm so glad that you are alive. Like, randomly, George just came home in the middle of the weekend and he's not normally home. So I'm guessing he had to stay longer at a shift, and he's gonna catch some sleep. So I wanna see what's up and see how he's doing. But I also wanted to give the attention to this. Normally he's gone all weekend, but I think his shift changed, so I just want to make sure he's okay.
Well, I am pigging out right now, and I do.
I need to pig out too.
I have things on my day, but this is really epic, and we'll talk again. I got 30 days before I got to do something with this live. Okay.
This was like I do hope you put this on YouTube so that I can listen to it. And if you want to send it to me before you put it on YouTube or whatever, I don't know. I just think there's so much wisdom that we all have with us. Like, even if you and I got into some like knockdown drag out fight, like somebody else who's listening to it can listen to it and be like, you know what, Jenny, that's not the way that I would have dealt with it. And it's a learning thing. And I don't care if my actions are like copacetic to everyone, or if they repulse anybody, but if somebody can learn from them and I can learn from them in a different mindset,
That's
then
the part. If I
then
can learn
what
from
the
it.
fuck am I here for? Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck else am I here for? Do I want to stay in stagnancy where everybody else perceives me as this holier than thou Jenny? I am not. I am not. I fuck up. I say fucked up things. I'm learning from them. I'm willing to acknowledge my failings. And I think that that's where we get caught up. We're so conditioned to not recognize where we have blind sides. And that's why I hope that I have people around me that have compassion and care, so that they can say to me, hey, you know, this is something that doesn't work for me. And they feel safe enough to express that to me. And if they do, then I can work on that. I don't want to carry this karma. I don't want to carry this karma where I'm perpetuating suffering through lifetimes and lifetimes and lifetimes. I don't. I want to lessen it.
Well, I love you. I'm done.
I love
I feel like
you. Thank
I
you
feel like
so
this
much.
pivot comes along with it. You know, one of them little exits where you're on the roller coaster and then you get off and you can get back on it or you can go do something
And
else.
you're like, oh, solid ground. But this was good.
Hmm.
This gave me a lot of that. This is why I want to listen to it, because it's what you've said. I want to re-listen to and digest, and what I've said I want to listen to and redigest, because the next time we listen to it, we're different people.
Yeah.
And I
And you
have
see how
compassion.
when you hear it, I know because I feel it right now, how hard I feel like I have to stand up for my decisions about putting boundaries in place for myself. Like, we was just kicking it. I didn't ask for none
No,
of that shit, But that shit
you
presented
don't have to
itself.
explain anything to me.
I know, but this
You
is
don't
what
have
I
to
mean. So
justify anything to me.
in the replay and the bottom line comes out, like, that's the message. What you hear is the message. Like, I don't
Whatever
know how
you
else to
need
say
for
it. I'm just saying
you,
it as honest as I can.
yeah, whatever you need for you is what you need for you
And
in
I'm
this
not the
moment.
only
That's it.
one. There's so many people that are sitting behind people that have some kind of a clout that think that there's some shit and their shit don't stink and they something, but then they want to, when it comes, oh, well, maybe I do, but then they do the same shit over and over. Like, they know that it sounds good to say, oh, well, maybe I did do that. But then they do the same shit. It's like that. I'm done with that.
It really all comes back to self-trust,
Yeah, you're right.
self-love,
You're so right.
self-compassion, because it you can, I can sit here and be like, well, Tina thought that I was being this way about myself or what I did or I didn't do, and I don't think that, because I don't think that you hold those expectations over my head, but it's all a matter of what I believe and what my regrets are and what I'm holding. You don't have to carry that shit.
No, but you know
None
what's
of
fucked
it.
up? I don't do that to nobody. I just am so, this is what God showed me about who I am. I just like to be. And when it keeps showing up to me and I'm forced to have to look at it, then I have to make a decision. And that's like the last place that I want to be in a dynamic. But because I know that it's because my heart is pure, that I had to, and don't get me wrong, I went off the deep end to have to make sure my heart was pure, because you was talking about it a while ago. Like, it was not because I didn't want to take matters into my own hands, believe me.
Mm-hmm.
But I had to
But it's
transmute
also,
it into a place where I didn't do that. And so now I'm victorious on the other side of that shit. And it's so clear that I have zero tolerance, especially for people who are professing to be leaders in helping other people
I don't
heal.
like,
If you're not helping me heal, you
like,
ain't helping nobody heal.
like, I want to hear your story, but like, you don't have to give a fucking explanation to me or justification to me about what you need in your life. Like, that's it. Whether my mother is a good example of this. Like, it may be to her detriment, but my mother and my father are stubborn as fuck. They don't explain themselves to anybody. They don't explain their actions to anybody, and that can be
I always over
harmful.
explain.
But you don't have to.
Well,
You don't, like,
that's what's
your
happening right
actions.
now.
Your actions speak enough to me. Like, if you want to tell me about the story or whatever at some point in time, that's fine. I want to hear it, but you don't have to. It's like, whatever somebody else does with their life is like, I have no control over. Nothing. Nothing. You don't have to explain your intentions or explain what you need to protect your peace or your safety or your well-being. Like, there are some times where, like, the people that I love, I go, like, here are some suggestions that I think that would make your life smoother. But ultimately, it's really about me trusting you. Me trusting you to trust yourself, to trust that you can. It's not about the expectations. It's about what happens after your choices. Can you handle what happens after your choices? And most of the people in my life, I, even if I didn't trust that you could handle what happens after your choices, is your fucking life, not mine. You're
Well,
not
you know
living
what?
in my
Really,
body.
this is
I'm not living in your body.
when the sad story comes out about, the trauma that keeps doing it, what she keeps talking about, the trauma. Like, okay, I was so happy that I would talk to my daughter this morning. So happy.
Yeah.
And just come on in and just sit right down and show your ass. And
I'm
then I
so
got to be in
happy about that.
another kind of thing. But today, because that happened, it's a huge pivot in it not happening again. You know?
But it's really about how you choose to transmute it.
Yeah.
Like anybody at any point in our lives can come in and disrupt our shit. However we want our shit to be. But then it's the story after that.
Yeah, because that shit
And
we don't go away like that. Then we got this live. Then that's what people don't understand about the way life actually really fucking works. It don't just
but it
poof
doesn't
go
mean to
away.
be, yeah, it doesn't mean to be in denial about it. It means to talk to somebody or talk to yourself if you need to process it yourself or process it with somebody that you love so that it becomes lighter for you, so that you can get through it. Like, that's really it. But whether it's you or George or somebody else that I love, if you're like, if like George will tell me, like, if I'm ruminating about some kind of shit that really
Whoosh.
has no affectation to my to my life, he's like, Jenny,
Whoosh.
why are you getting so involved in this?
Mm.
Like, whoosh it. Like, just it doesn't mean that I'm going this, like, this is not affecting me, but it's just it's radical acceptance for what it is, and then reframing it, because I have zero control. As much as it hurts me, I have zero control about how the people that I love handle their lives. Even if I would handle it differently, and I gotta watch them fall in the holes, and I've gotta watch them walk through the thorns, and that's fine. But I cannot allow, when the sound goes off and I'm sitting in my own silence, for it to affect me or affect the people that I love, who have zero fucking skin in the game, who have no idea what the fuck is going on in my life or care to. And if you don't know what's going on in my life, if you don't know what is making me cry and what I sit with in the dark in my solitude, then you have no fucking right to be a part of my life. Because if you want to be a part of my life, it has to be through the calm and the storm. That's it. And I hope that other people that I love tell me about the calm and the storm. And if they don't, that's on them. But how they deal with the calm and the storm is not how I would deal with the harm and the storm, the calm and the storm. It's just not. And that's just life. But how I handle it and how it affects other people who know nothing about all of the other stuff. If you don't care to know about the stuff that makes me cry, why why do you feel privy to know and be a part of of the joys that are also in my life? And I love you, and I need to go.
I love you too.
But I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for this live. Like,
You too.
it's given me a lot of insights
You know what?
and the ability to
It's triggered
express.
another level that I have to work through about the people like my uncle in my life.
Yeah.
You know, the ones from the funeral. And that's the same feeling that I got from that whole dynamic. And so when you talk about things that happen, we got to face it, even if it's the bad stuff, we still learn from it. And it's true. So this has just sparked another level of healing for me.
But you have to be care aware enough, who it's almost like like if you're like stitching a quilt together, and you're making patches of what this quilt would be. Like, there's some people that only want to be like superficially there for the whole quilt to be completed, and be like, yeah, I watched you sew it, but they weren't there when you were like stabbing yourself with the needle, and they weren't there when you didn't have enough money for the fabric, or when you were pushing yourself to keep putting that patch together so that it would all be there. It's it's about it's about the long game. It's about who's who's with you, even when they've caused you harm, and being able, it's not about the conflict, it's about who's with you in the mending. And even if somebody else like ripped the patch off of your quilt, because they're going through their own shit, that they're like, oh my god, look at what I've done to your quilt. Um, I don't want that for your life. I want you to lie under that and be comfortable. And I'll help you stitch it up again. But there's some people that um, watch you stitch and watch you restitch what other people have ripped off, and they just want to be there to be a part of the completion, not necessarily for the rip off or the stitch back. And it's just a matter of when you put the quilt down and you look at who's around you, and who cares enough to be there through the parts where you tear the whole quilt up yourself, or when they tear up a part, or when you tear up a part. It's the compassion. It's the people who are willing to be there, because there's a lot of people who can be there for you when it has nothing to do with them. Like, they're really good at giving empathy when it has to do with your mom or your dad or somebody else. But recognizing the pain and sometimes the thoughtlessness of ripping out stitches when you don't even realize you're doing it.
Yep. It's very sad.
So it's recognizing in awareness and care when people know that their actions, their karma, are also causing you pain. If they can't recognize because of ego or reputation or clout, or having to withhold a certain identity, if that identity is at the expense of your suffering, as much as it hurts, as much as it could be somebody that you grew up with or love or care for, or is your mom or your dad or your sister or your brother, if they're unaware of the destruction that they're doing, as much as you would hope that it would change, sometimes you have to put that hope away for the safety of not only your well-being, but the well-being of people who choose to love you. That's the part that people forget.
Yeah.
There are
It's what
people in
costed
our
me more
lives.
babies. Everybody else
Yeah.
around me that wanted to behave that way for no reason, just because they didn't want me to shine. They had some kind of fear of what they know deep down inside of themselves. And it almost turned me. It almost turned me out. The pain of losing my children over that type shit, and me trying to love everybody through it and not hurt anybody's feelings or step on anybody's toes, to make sure that they get to the other side. Well, that's changed now. If anybody can treat me the way that I've been treated and try to be silenced after the opening up and the vulnerability that I have expressed about what I've lived through in my life, that's it. That is not about, it's not about me and a relationship with them. It's about them and a relationship with themselves and the creator. That's it.
Yeah. Like, for instance, if you and I had a discussion and I hurt your feelings, I may have an understanding that I hurt your feelings, whether I was lashing out or you hurt my feelings or whatever. But ultimately, it is up to you, if you feel safe enough, and up to me to create a space for you to feel safe enough to express that I've hurt your feelings. I can't, I don't want that ever to happen. But if you and I are in a friendship where you can't express that I've hurt your feelings, then what the fuck am I doing here?
Exactly. That's the way I see it.
And
If I can't say, hey, this really hurt me to a
yeah,
person, and then whenever I am having trouble to still be on the fence to get to the point to be able to say that, and they come do
that's
what
not
was done
easy.
to me today, that is my confirmation. So I'm just
Yeah.
there. And I
I
followed
mean,
my instinct and my
but it's like
intuition.
live and learn. I've learned that like as much as I would love to be a cocoon to protect other people's feelings by withholding mine or sacrificing mine or any other bullshit that we do, it's not solving anything. It's not me working through whatever I'm doing that may be affecting you. It's not me creating a space where you feel vulnerable enough or comfortable enough or safe enough to talk with me about it. The only way I can know if how I'm being as a human being is affecting you is if there is an open enough space for you to feel safe enough to tell me that. And if I've done everything I can in my power from this point to create that, and you still don't feel comfortable enough to tell me when I'm hurting you, and then you know what? The reality is that there are people that even if you don't feel safe, you'll tell them how you're feeling and how their actions affected you, and they just go into defense, attack, victim, reversal,
Yes.
and you're the offender, like all this stuff. But it's verifiable evidence that your feelings are not safe with them. And the only way you can find that out is not by blocking them, is not by ghosting them. You can do that, but you're not learning. You're not learning how to do it the next time. You're only learning to run away from being vulnerable. And being vulnerable hurts. It hurts because there are some people who will call them vulnerability vultures. They will take your vulnerability and they will use it to their advantage. But there are some people out there who will hear your feelings and who will understand who you are. And if you get into a disagreement with them or you're upset with them or whatever, the person knows who you are and where you're at, and they can come to a, a point of understanding instead of a point of I need to defend who I am and my actions and what I did. No, I just want you to hear my feelings. And if my feelings are not safe with you, after I've repeatedly tried to express my feelings to you, then I I don't want you in my life. You're not safe with me.
Yep.
And the only way I can find that out is if I trust you. The only way I can find that out is if I'm vulnerable with you and I express my upset. Otherwise, I'm living in some Delulu land where I expect you to be a mind reader and to understand me, and you can block me 3 ways till Sunday. But if I'm not brave enough to see the conflict in my mind, the conflict in our relationship, then what the fuck am I doing? I like playing Barbie house in my pink convertible. Oh, fuck that. I'm too old for this shit. Too old.
Well, I feel better overall, and I'm really
Good.
grateful. Yeah. And I feel like it was the right thing to do because all I simply was doing was having a conversation with you, and that's what I wanted to have today, and that's what we did. All of
That
that
makes
just
my
because
heart very
all I
happy.
wanted to do was talk to you, you know?
It like I said, it like I don't need an extra notation for why you do what you do.
Well, I'm just saying, it took a
Why
little detour, and here we are, but I stuck
but
to my boundary, and we're still having a conversation,
good.
which we needed to
Good.
tell
And
each
I'm
other we
glad
love each
I
other and
didn't
keep
I
it
wasn't like,
moving.
hey, let's have this person up. I was just like I was just going with whatever you need. Like that's my issue. I really want to be the mender and I want to be the peacekeeper and all this kind of stuff, but the thing is that like some things are unmendable
Yeah.
and some things that you try to absolve with peace are just causing suffering. So I was more just like, let's see how this goes.
Well,
And
I'm
the
gonna tell
longer it
you
went,
why
the
I'm
more
coming
I
from
saw
this.
it.
Whenever I had that happen a week or so ago, I just made a decision within myself that I would prefer one on one, unless it's somebody that I really am open to knowing. Like a couple of people that requested, I would love to have talked to today, but I didn't want to. I wanted to talk to just what we had going on, you know? And whoever wants to listen, they're welcome to listen because I know that when you and I talk, they're going to glean something. So
Yeah.
I'm not, sometimes
Well,
I'm just
because we
not ready
talk
to open
about,
up and have all
you
kind of
know,
energies and things come out
yeah,
that I don't even want to talk about right now.
sometimes we talk around things that we don't necessarily want to talk through, and that's okay. Whatever the fuck you do with your life, Tina, is you. I don't have to live with that. I don't have to carry that. I may feel the after effects of it because I love you and because you talk with me about it, but it's your fucking life. It's your fucking life.
Yep.
It's your fucking life. So that's that. Whatever you need to do for you is what you need to do. Like this is a real like this is the hardest fucking part for me. Like whatever if you want to suck on some bark that makes you addicted to it, I can't do fucking shit about that. Go suck on bark. Like like that's it.
Boring.
It's like I just want to be in a place of the world where I'm not adding suffering to other
That
people's lives.
part. Ah, that's why I feel like I do right now. I wanted to just, I was having a great day and then I got this added part, but this is the part. I always have to go
Yeah.
a little deeper because now that this is established, that's it.
Mhm. And sometimes what actions somebody else is doing, and the shit that's going on with me, they like have no like zero concept that the choices that they're making are deeply affecting other people's state of being.
And they don't give,
And
they
yeah,
can give
and either
no
they
fuck
don't give a
less.
fuck or they don't care or it doesn't matter. But if I can either separate and not add to it or step back and be like, I'm here if you need it, or it's really a matter of whatever relationship you're in, having the awareness of knowing that it's mendable. And some things are easily mendable at the sacrifice of your own. You could easily be like, oh, I don't care, like my feelings don't matter or whatever. You could just mend it quick like that. But it's about a mutual mending and a mutual understanding so that the action doesn't happen again. If you're always sacrificing at somebody else's discomfort, then you're going to be the one who's uncomfortable all the time and thinking, oh, I'm keeping the peace, blah blah blah. But it's a matter of recognizing how you wish the relationship to evolve into the future. But that also takes a reflection on how much somebody
to evolve. If you spend enough time with
but
the person and they have
some
fucking
people haven't even some people haven't
eradicated and all of that, then you got you it the point of this right now is a turning of the page. Like the
yeah.
lesson today is a fucking pivot and a boundary, and it's over. It's done. Not a
But
reconciliation
if
or a
somebody
get
else in
through
the
it.
past hasn't even cared to know what's going on in your life,
That's it. That's the
like
point.
why do you care what happens in this conflict now?
That's
Like
right.
if it's just some
That's
like
it
superficial, like
in a nutshell.
glossy varnish over the painting,
Yep.
like some people just want to be there for the highlight reel, like they just want to be there for, oh, you made it through your healing, that's fine, but they don't want to be there for the grape, and they don't want to be there for the frustration with your parents, and they
Yeah,
don't want to
or
be
come
there
in
through
and
the
say,
struggle.
"Oh, I'm so glad you spoke with your baby today." No, let's talk about me.
Yeah, yeah,
Fuck that.
yeah. I
Fuck
hear
that.
you.
I love
It's
you.
got to be.
You
I love
really
you.
did. You
It's
really did talk good stuff in the beginning about that with my baby,
I,
and I love you for
I
that.
don't even know.
You did. I'm so excited about it.
I don't even know what I'm saying today, but I'm glad that I said it.
Yeah,
It's
feels
just,
good.
I think we're all sort of um a stumbling blind, like through this life. We're like stumbling, and then we're like, ow, that thing shouldn't be here. Like, let's move it away, or let's turn on the light, or whatever. But I really, I really feel like the most important and sustainable and insulating parts of our existence are who we allow in our existence. And we can keep people at arm's length. We can have them superficially. We can have them saying that they love us when yelling at us the next day, or not checking in with us for weeks and weeks and weeks. Nobody really knows um, what our relationship is with the person, but we know. We know who is our core, who are our trusteds, who are our beloveds, and sometimes we overlook things um, for familiarity or whatever. But you don't need reason or explanation or justification for saying, I don't want this in my life. You don't have to explain it to anybody, whether it's your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, your partner, your ex. It doesn't matter. What matters is what you do when you put the phone down, what you do when there's nobody to talk to, what you do when you're all alone and there's nobody to give you a hug or comfort or a kiss or to help you. You have to get through that thing. And you don't have to get through that thing alone. But it makes a huge difference when you can process it on your own without having to tell the whole world how you've processed it. And it does help the whole world to know how you processed it. But it's not a valuation of your worth, how you processed what you went through. The only thing that matters is how you live with you when you're alone.
Yeah. And when people hear how that actually works and what one has done to come through all of this stuff on the other side of it, That's what people need to hear. And
Yeah.
that's what doesn't
That's what
get
I want to hear.
silenced. Yeah, exactly.
But that's what a lot of people don't want to hear, you know? Like,
Well, the ones that
you
I don't
know,
want to, that don't need to be around, they can go
yeah,
not
but then
want
you
to.
learn.
Yeah. I mean, I
But
learned
that's it.
enough. I don't
Like,
need them to teach me that there's people
uh,
that don't give a fuck out
the
there.
more, but the more vulnerable, like, this is the weird ass paradox. The more vulnerable you are, the more naked you are, the more you realize who you can trust. But a lot of people, it's almost like going skating, um, just going skating on ice. Like, the only way you can realize whether it's safe is to go out and see if it's safe. And you may fall through the ice and be cold and whatever, but like, there's a certain point in time in the winter when you can skate, to throw the rock out before you go out there yourself. It's this weird ass fucking paradox, and a lot of people would just rather guard up and armor up and all this shit and live in this like weird ass world where like only it when you have so many walls up and you're so protective of your vulnerability, the only people that get close to you are the ones who know that they can penetrate your vulnerability. Like the ones who will push you out onto the ice to skate when they know it's not safe, because they're so forward and they're so pushy and they're so manipulative and they're so narcissistic and all this shit. So the people that you actually do want to let in are also doing the fucking same thing that you do. So it's this weird ass paradox where you have to take the armor off, where you have to like throw the rock on the ice and see if it's safe, and see if somebody else will walk on the ice with you. But that's the only way you can find out. The only way you can find out is by sharing your story, which will help somebody else. It will help somebody else. It definitely will. If it doesn't help anybody else, it will help you. And that's it, it's the getting hurt part that teaches you what's safe and what's not. It's the falling down part that teaches you that you can get up. It's love comes with hurt. It comes with pain. And it's not that love equals pain. It just means that if you love somebody, they're going to be in pain. And if they're in pain, you're going to be in pain. But it's the difference between recognizing who you're sitting with in pain because they're feeling pain, and who is the one you're in pain because of them. So it's knowing that you feel this hurt and you feel this pain because of what they're doing, versus you're in pain because you love this person and they're also in it, and you want to share in it in compassion. But if you don't recognize that this person is the one who's shooting the arrows, then you're going to keep running out there getting shot and pulling them out and being like, I can fix this, when like you can just be dancing in your merry way in the forest and be with other people who don't want to be in this kind of pain and will be working on their wounds and not running into the archery field. But that's really what it is. It's the difference of who's causing you pain because of their actions and who's causing you pain because you love them and you're sitting with them with it. Fucking life.
Yes, ma'am. True that. She done preached the gospel. I'm still going to church tomorrow now.
Hallelujah.
Woo-woo.
Let's hang out in the forest on the moss. I'm done being shot with arrows. I'm fine. Like,
Agreed.
I'm fine.
Yep.
I'm good. And I'm like, I would love to have 100 summers. I know that there is a possibility that I could live for thousands of years.
Woo-woo.
But Like, but I'm grateful to have 100 summers. And frankly, I am done with my summers of sadness.
Yay.
I'm done. I'm done with people stealing my summers because of their unfaced trauma, pain, and sadness. It's okay to have a bad day. It's okay to go through what you're going through, but if you're choosing it consistently and consistently and consistently, I don't have to choose it with you.
That's right.
I can choose peace. I can choose love. I can choose compassion, and I can choose the hearth of my own home. I'm just sort of sad that it took me 45 years to figure this out.
Well, here
But I
we
guess
are.
it's better late than never.
That's right. No, eternity's a long time.
Truth. Truth.
I love you.
And this is where we can get it. I love you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm gonna go see George and what he's doing and go eat some food.
All right. I love you. I love you. I love
Okay,
you. I
thank
love you. I
you.
love you.
I love you. I love you. I love you. Thank
Talk
you so
soon.
much. It was such a wonderful surprise.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure. Great pivot.
And this is how we pivot.
Yep.
Okay, talk soon.
God is love.